Hi everyone, so in today's video we are going to build a full stack SaaS blog application. So we're going to use with Supabase, Next.js and connect with Stripe as well. And here's some of the features that we are going to do in this blog. So first we're going to have the free blog that allow everyone to read. Next we're going to have the premium blog that allow user to subscribe with Stripe in order to read those content. And third thing, we're going to build a dashboard that allow user to manage the blog and create a new blog and publish or make it premium. All right, so here's what the demo look like. So when you visit our homepage, you will see list all of the blog posts, and then you can navigate into each of the blog posts. But as you can see, this blog post is static. So the moment you click it, you can see it instantly. But if you haven't logged in, you cannot be able to read the content if the content is premium. So this content is premium. That's why you cannot see this one. But it's for this example, this content is not premium. So this user do not have to log in to read this one. Okay, so this user need to log in. So for example, if they log in and if they haven't subscribed with Stripe yet, we're gonna prompt them to upgrade to Pro, and then they can be able to read this one. Okay, so one more thing, as an admin, for example, this user, so he can read all of the posts, and also he can be able to access to the dashboard as well. So right now let's go to the dashboard. He can manage all the blog posts. He can do the toggle and, for example, untoggle and make this blog post into not premium, and then let everyone to read this one. And he can unpublish or publish, and he can create a new blog or edit something like that. All right, so I'm so excited to show you how to build this one. So before we get started, don't forget to like and subscribe. It's mean a lot to me and also push me to make more content like this. All right. All right, first we're gonna create a next project. Please go ahead into the Next.js documentation and go into installation and then copy this one right here. So I'm gonna paste this one, and then we're gonna run inside this folder. So I'm gonna do like this. So right here, it's going to ask you a question. So we are going to use the TypeScript, ESLint, yes, Tailwind, yes, and Social X3, I'm going to choose no, and for this, yes, that's no. And right now, it will install all the dependency for you. All right, so once that's done, you can Control-L to clear the terminal, and we're going to run npm run dev to start our project on the localhost 3000. So right now, I'm going to click on this link. So right now you can see that Next.js run on localhost 3000. Great. So the next thing that we are going to do is to install the SharedCN inside our project. So for that, I'm going to go into a new terminal. And right here, we're going to go here, and then you're going to go to the documentation, and you can click on installation. In this case, we're going to choose Next.js. And for the first step here, we finished it already. Let's go ahead and do the second step. I'm going to copy this one, choose npm, and right here, I'm going to press Ctrl-V, and then we can press enter. So right now it's going to ask you another question. So right here we're going to use TypeScript. For this one, I'm going to choose the default. For the color, I'm going to use X. And this one, just press enter, just enter. This one as well, and this one as well, just enter. And then this one, enter, and then we're going to press Y. So right now we're going to install all the dependency and create a default folder for our inside our component. All right, so if we look at right here, we can see that we have created this file and also this component.js right here. This is from SharedCN right here. Okay, great. So now we can see that this two, we have Tailwind 2 file. So in this case, I'm going to remove the tailwind.ts right here. So okay, let's do that. And right now, let's going back and make sure that everything is still okay. Great. So the next step that I wanted to do is I want to set up the themes inside for our SharedCN. So for that, let's go inside here. You can see that we have the theme right here. And right here, you can customize the themes whatever you want. In this case, I'm going to choose the new default. And the color, you can see, you can choose a different color. In my case, I'm going to choose green and with this border and go into dark mode. Okay. So for that, I'm going to copy the code and copy right here. And going back inside here, you can go into the global.css. Let's go that. And then we can see that we have this layer right here. So we can replace this base layer right here. Okay. So right now I'm going to scroll this one, and then we can paste this one right here. So to make sure that this one is going to work, so let's go ahead and install one of the component from this one. So let's actually search. So I'm going to install the button and go into here, copy with npm and open your terminal. And then we're going to press copy right here. Okay. So right now let's go back inside our page. And then inside this page, I am going to remove everything from this one, and we can run the snippet OFC. So this is generate a boilerplate for me. If you don't have this boilerplate right here, you can go into the extension and you can do search for ES7, and I'm going to use the extension this one right here. Okay, so you can go ahead and install this one as well, so you will be able to have the snippet. All right, so right now let's import our button. Look like it's installed already. So if you look at right here, we can have this button, and this is that we just download from Chatcn. Great. So right now, if we go back inside here, what I'm going to do is try to import the button. And the pro tips right here, you can just do control dot, and you can see we give the IntelliSense to our button, and right here just do it and test, click me. Okay, so right now if we go back right here, you can see that we have this button with the green color that we just set up with the custom theme that we have. Great. So the next thing that I wanted to do is I want to make our application dark mode by default. So for that, let's go ahead and back into our Chatcn and going to search for dark mode. And right here, we're going to choose Next.js. And this is the step that we're going to do. First, we're going to install this one. So let's go ahead and do that. And open our terminal and clear this one, and I'm going to paste and install. So while this one is being installed, so then we can copy and create this file. So we're going to copy this file name and then come back here. Inside the component, I'm going to create a new file called theme.provider. And then inside here, we can just copy this content. And then another one is we're going to use this one inside our layout. So to do that, we can navigate inside our layout and between our children right here, so we can import the theme provider. Okay, so theme provider that we just create, so we can cut this children right here and put it between this one. Okay, so now we need to pass all the attribute that we can have from here, and then I can just paste this one, and we need to use super hydration warning this one as well. Great. So since our default style we want it to be dark mode, so I'm going to change from system to our dark. Okay, so right now if we come back and refresh, so as you can see right now we are going to dark mode by default. Great. Okay, so now we are going to work on the navigation bar. So for that, let's go into our apps, and inside the component right here, I'm going to create a new folder called now, and inside here I'm going to create a new file called navbar.tsx, and let's run our snippet OFC. We'll have this one. Great. So right now let's use this navbar inside our layout. Go back into our layout above the children right here, so we can import the navbar right here. Okay, great. So right now we have this navbar. Since we inside our layout, let's style our layout a little bit. So we have this main right here. So now I'm going to cut this too and place inside the main. So for this one, I'm going to give the class name of the max width of this one to 7XL and X to auto. So this one, so when you go on the larger screen, so you can see the max width is only 7XL. And so when we below that, it will take the entire full screen. Okay, so now I'm gonna give this one a P10 as well, so we have a little bit of space, and then we're gonna do space Y on this one to 5. So right now you can see we have a little bit of space between these two. Great. So right now let's go back inside our navbar. Let's do some styling for this one. Let's change this one to nav instead, and right here we're gonna have our logo, which is going to be a link. I'm going to use the next link. The href of this one is going to be the home page, and the name of this one is going to be daily blog. All right, great. So right now if we look back on our demo, so if we go back into our demo, so you can see when we hover on this one, we have the underline right here. So right now we can do that the same thing. So I'm going to wrap this one around a div, so I can cut this one inside. And we're going to give a class name of this one to group. And then we're going to have another div that responsible for that line. Is going to give an h1 and a width to 0. But when we hover on this one, this is going to be the group hover. So we're going to group this one. It's going to be hover. We're going to give the width this one to full. And then we're going to give the transition all as well. And we're going to have the BG to green 500. Okay, so right now if we hover on this one, so you can see we have this underline, but it takes all over the space. So for that, let's go into our navigation and do the flex, and then we can come back and you can see right now it's under our logo only. So for this one, I'm going to give a little bit of style, so text to 2XL, and then we're going to do font bold. Okay, great. So right now we have this one. So the next thing inside our navigation will be the button for the user to log in. So for that, let's create that. So I'm going to have this button, and then this one is going to be login. And right now we can put our login at the end of this navbar. So to do that, I'm going to do flex to item center and then justify this one to between. So you can see, very nice. And our button right here, I'm going to give the variant of this one to outline. All right. So right now, this is looking great. So right now, for this login right here, we're going to use the icon. For the icon that I'm going to use the React icon right here. So we can go ahead and install this one. So going into our terminal, I'm going to run npm I React icon. All right. So right now we can search for the icon. So for this one, I can go to the simple icon, and right here you can search for the icon that you want. In this case, we're going to log in with GitHub. So let's search for GitHub. So you can see right now it's give this code. So I'm going to copy this one, and we can come back here, and then we can paste this one right here. Okay, great. So now we can use this one inside our button, and this is going to be the React component as well. So we can do something like this. All right, so I think I need to put this one back. Great. So right now, if we go back, we should be able to see this one. So let's add some space between these two. So I'm going to add a class name to flex item center and the gap of this 1 to 2. So right now we have a little bit of spacing. Great. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to implement the login with GitHub right here. All right, so before we do login with GitHub, so you need to create a Supabase project. So in this case, I have created already. So if you haven't, please go ahead and do that. So the next step that we're going to do after you create a project, you need to go into the authentication, and then you go into the provider. So what we're going to do is we're going to enable the GitHub authentication. So in this case right here, so we need the client ID and the client secret. So to get this one, you need to go into your GitHub profile, and then you scroll down to developer setting, and right here click on the OAuth apps and register a new application. So in this case, you can give whatever the name you want. So in this case, it's going to be Daily Block, and the home page right here, you can just use the localhost 3000, and the authorization callback right here, we need to go back inside our Supabase dashboard, and then we can copy this one. Okay, so now coming back, and we can paste this one and click on register. So once you register this one, you will get the client ID. So please go ahead and copy this one, and going back here, just paste this one, and the next one is going to be generate a new client secret. Great. So right now we can have this client secret after you log in with the password. So right now, just copy this one, and then we can come back, and then we can paste this one as well. So make sure you click on enable and then click on save. Okay, so right now we have this one. Great. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to set up Supabase inside our project. So to do that, let's go inside to this documentation. I'll leave the link in the description as well. So first, we're going to install the dependency that needed. So I'm going to copy this one, and then let's go inside here. I'm going to paste this one right here. Okay, so while this one installing, so we can go ahead and follow this documentation. First, we need to create an env local to store this one. So I'm going to copy this one and come back here, and then outside of the app directory that we have right here. So I'm going to create a new file called env.local. Okay, and right now we can just paste this one. So right now we need to get the Supabase key and the anon key right here. So to get this one, we can come back into Supabase dashboard, and then let's go into project setting, and this is where you get it. So go to API, and the project URL can just click copy and come back here, and then we can replace this one. And then for this one, we can just come here and then copy this one as well. Okay, great. So right now we complete this one. Let's go back inside here. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. So inside our project right here, as you can see, we have this button. So right now I'm gonna make this as a component. So for that, let's go into our navbar right here. I'm gonna do as a login form. Okay, login form.tsx, and we can run the snippet and go inside our navbar. I'm gonna cut this one, and then I'm gonna use it inside over here. Okay, so right now we're going to do control dot, and this is going to be auto import for me, and we can do the same thing for this one. Great, just hit save, and then come back here. We can just do login form. Great. So right now we have this one. So let's go inside our login form. So we're going to use call to Supabase and login with GitHub. So for that, we can just copy the code from this one. As you can see, we use the client component. So for that, we need to make this one as a use client as well. So we use client. And so we can copy this code right here. So we're going to remove unnecessary thing, which is this one. And then I'm going to cut this one and I'm going to remove this one right here. Okay. So inside here, so I can just paste this code. So right now, let's create a function to log in with GitHub. So for this one, let's create a function called handle login. And for this one, we can just do Supabase dot auth dot sign in with the OAuth right here. And then this one, we can give the provider is going to be GitHub. And so when we log in with GitHub, so we need to have the redirect callback to exchange the code with the session. So for that, we're going to do redirect. We're going to have the option that is going to be redirect to, and this is going to be the location dot origin plus /auth/callback. So this will be another route, and the location dot origin right here will be equal to local 3000. But if you deploy to production, will be the URL of your production. So that's why we use the localhost location dot origin right here. Great. So right now, before we call this one, we need to create the callback file right here. So to do that, we can come back here, and then inside the apps, I'm going to create another one. It's going to be auth, and inside here, we're going to create another folder called callback. And inside here, we're going to do route.ts. Okay, great. So right here, for this one, you don't have to write this one. We can go back inside the Supabase documentation and we can copy that. So as you can see right here, login with the OAuth, open this one. And right here, we can scroll down and then you can see this is the callback. So we can just copy this one. And then we can come back here. We can paste this one right here. Great. So right now, we have this one. So notice that you can see we have the next right here. So it means will be the redirect URL. So let's say, for example, if you log in from whatever path, so we can redirect that to that path back. So to do that, we can go back to our login form and we can get the current path that the user logged in from. So to do that, we can use the path name equal to use path name. Okay. And right now we have this path name, and so we can use it for our callback. So this one is going to be next equal plus the path name that we have right here. Okay, so right now when this done, let's go ahead and the login right here and then call inside our button. Okay, great. So right now we have this one. So one last thing that before we go into test this out, we're going to create the middleware to do this to see the session. So right now I'm going to go to middleware and then I'm going to copy this one, go inside our apps, and outside right here, we can create the middleware.ts. Okay. And then we can just paste this one, and this middleware will run on every page. So for example, if you navigate to any page inside our application, this one will run. So for that, for now, I'm going to run this one and then see the session of the user. Okay. So for now, let's do console.log data. All right, so right now we can open the console and see, as you can see, that our session is null. Okay, so the user is not logged in yet. All right, so let's actually test this one. So let's go ahead and localhost 3000 and do the login. So right now when we are logged in, so right here we're gonna confirm, and right now it will redirect me back to the home page. So if you look at the console of our from a middleware, so you can see that this user is logged in. Great. So the next step that we're going to do is we're going to toggle between the login button with the user profile. As you can see right here, when the user log in, we can see something like this. All right, so let's do that. All right, so to do that, first we need to read the user session, and then we can do toggle between the login form and the profile. So for that, I'm going to use the Zasten. So we're going to use the Zasten to read the session and store the user inside the Zasten. So for that, let's go ahead and install the Zasten. I'm going to copy this one, and we can open our terminal and then press install this one. All right, so while this being installed, so we can go into the documentation of the Zasten. So this case, we're going to use with the TypeScript guy, and then I'm going to copy this one right here. Okay, so right now, let's go back inside here. Inside our libs folder, I'm going to create another folder called store. And inside here, I'm going to create a user.ts. Okay, then I can paste this one. So right here, let's change this one a little bit from the user base state to user state. And then we can replace it right here. And this is going to be the user. And this is going to be the user type. So this one is going to come from the Supabase. So I'm going to do user. And I think this one is from Supabase. So I'm going to import from at Supabase right here. And then we're going to have the user type right here. All right. So right now we have this type. And then this one is going to be or undefined. And another one is going to be the function. It's going to be set user. That is going to pass a user to us and with the type of user or undefined as well. And right now let's change this one to user and this one to set user. And this one will be the parameter that pass to us. This is going to be user and we don't need this one. And so for this one, we can just have the user. All right, great. So right now we have this one and then I need to change this one to undefined as well. And for the file name, it's going to be user. And so we need to export this one in order to run. Great. So right now we have this one. So the next thing is we're going to have the session listener to read the session of the user. So for that, let's go ahead inside the component and create another file, which is going to be the sessions provider.tsx. Okay. So right now inside here, we're going to run a snippet OFC. And this one, we're not going to return anything. So we can just listen for the user only. So this is what we're going to do. And right now, this one is going to be session provider. Inside here, we're going to run the use effects from React. So we can import this one. So it's going to be use effect. And then so we can call it right here. So inside this use effect. All right, so right now we're going to create a function to read the session of the user. I'm going to do read user session. And this function will be called inside our use effects right here. All right, so I think I forgot to call this one. Great. So right now inside this one, so we need to call Supabase to get the user session. So to do that, I'm going to go into login form and then I'm going to copy the code that we have right here. Okay, so now going back here. And so I'm going to paste this one. So this one, just do control dot. It will give you the intelligence. And right now inside here, we can call the function to get the session. So we're going to supabase.auth.get session. And right here, we need to do the await as well. And since we do await, we need to an async keyword. And right now we can have the user session, which is going to be data right here. So right now we have this data we need to set into our source and state. So for that, we can get the function set user is equal to user. And then we can have the state right here. And that state is going to return the state.set user. So right now we can call this function inside our set data right here. Okay. So right now we have the squishy line right here that we need to pass either remove or pass this one in dependency. So for this one, I'm going to do ESLint disable next line. Okay, so because we want to run only one time, that's why we do not pass anything to this one. And this one is passed the wrong type. So for that, I think this one is going to be session. It's going to be user. Okay, so right now our session is complete. All right, so right now we set the user. Let's try to use this one inside our Navbar and toggle this one. So for that, let's go inside our Navbar. And then we're going to call user is equal to call user. And we're going to have the state of this one. That's going to return state.user. And right here, okay, so, okay, I think for this one, we need to transform this one into the client component. And this one, we're going to remove unnecessary thing here. Great. So right now, inside this one, so we can check if the user exists, we're going to render the profile. Else, we're going to render the login form. Okay. So right now, let's do this. So right now, if we refresh this one, if this user is logged in, we should be able to see the profile. I think maybe we can do login ID right here, user.id. And then if we refresh this one, okay, it's weird. I think this user is logged in, right? So right now, if we going back right here, if we refresh, we should be able to see that user have this session. So let's actually console.log the state of this user. So console.log user, and we go to inspect of this one. And let's go to console.log. As you can see, we have undefined right here. Okay, great. So let's see. I see. So because we have this session provider, we forgot to call this one. So I'm going to call this one inside our layout. Let's go here, and then we're going to go session provider, and then we call this one right here. So right now, the session provider, let's go back here. Okay, for this one, we need to make sure that this one need to be use client as well. So right now, we get complaint on this one. So let's hit save. Everything should working fine. So right now, when the user is logged in, we should be able to see the profile. Great. So right now, we be able to toggle between the login button and the profile right here. So the next step that we're going to do, we're going to render this profile as a user image and do some functionality like login and display some user information as well. All right, so to do that, we can go inside our Navbar right here. So you can see this one, we render the profile. So instead of this one, I'm going to create a new component inside our Navbar right here, which is going to be the profile.tsx. Okay, we can run our snippet again. And right now we can call this one inside our Navbar. Let's go inside our Navbar, and then we can call it right here. So this one is going to be profile. Okay, great. So let's go back inside our profile, and inside here we're going to call the use user to get the user information. So it's going to be use user, and this one is going to be have a state, and the state right here will return user. Okay, so right now we're gonna have this image instead of the profile right here. So for that, we can import it from Next.js. So this is going to be something like this. So image from our next image, and the source of this one. So if we look in spec and go into the console, and as you can see, the image right here, the data, I think this is inside the user metadata, and we have the avatar URL right here. So for that, we can do user.usermetadata.avatar URL. Okay, and the all of this one is going to be user.usermetadata.username. All right, so we'll hit save this one. So right now we need to give a width of this one, so I'm going to give 50, and the height of this one to go 50 as well. Let's hit save. So right now I think we're gonna run into another problem. So as you can see that we need to register the domain of this avatar URL. So for that, let's copy this one, and let's go back inside here. Let's go into the next config, and inside here we're going to have to register this one. It's going to be image, and this one is going to be remote pattern, and right here we're going to have the array, and right here we're going to have the host name. This is going to be the host name, and the protocol of this one as well, which is going to be HTTPS. Okay, so right now when we save this one, so we need to restart our server. So to do that, I'm going to come back here. I'm going to Control C, and then we can run this one again, and then make sure that this one is okay. Let's try to refresh this one. All right, so right now, as you can see, we have this one, but I think we should be able to see the user logo. Okay, great. Now we have to go back inside the profile and do some style on this one. I want to give the class name of this one to round it to full to make it circle. Ring 2 and gonna be ring green 500. Okay, great. So right now we have this one. So one thing that we need to do is, like, as you can see, when we hover on this one, when we click, we can see there's a pop-up, and then we have display information. So to do that, we can go and back inside our chat CN, and we can search for the component called pop over. And right here, you scroll down, we need to copy this one. So, and then npm, and then we can come back here, and then we can install this one inside our project. All right. So right now, while it's installing, so we can copy the code that we have right here. So we're going to copy this one and paste it right here. And another one is going to be this one right here. So I'm going to copy this one. So for the trigger of this one is going to be our image. So for that, I'm going to cut the image and replace it with the open and save this one. So right now, let's go back inside our project. So you can see we have this one. When I click, we can see the content of this one. Great. So for the content of this one, we're going to have the information of this one. So I'm going to do the div. We have the paragraph. It is going to be the user dot user metadata dot username. Okay. So right now we can see our name, and then we can copy and do another one. But this one is going to be email address. So user metadata dot email. Okay. So for this one, we can just do something like this. And for the style of this one, what I'm going to do is class name to px to 4 and tag of this one to sm. And then for the email address, I'm going to give the class name of this one to text gray 500. All right. So right now it looks something like this. Nice. So the next thing that I wanted to do for this parent right here, we can do just p2 right here. And for this one, I want to do space y to 3. Later on, we're going to have more content inside here. All right, great. So the next thing is we're going to have the link to our dashboard and the button to log out as well. So for that, let's do it. So right here, we're going to have the link, and we're going to use the next link. The href of this one is going to be the dashboard. And right here, we're going to use the button to display this one. Let's auto import this one by control dot and import the zip. As you can see, right now we can have the dashboard. Great. So right now we can see, nice. And for the dashboard right here, I'm going to give the variant of this one is going to be the ghost variant. And as you can see, there's no space between these two, even though we add the space y. So for that, I'm going to give the class name of this link to block. Right now you can see we have some space. Great. And let's type the button right here. I'm going to give the class name to this one to width full. And for this one, let's give an icon of the dashboard. So for that, I'm going to use the Reddit icon right here. So then please go ahead and install this one. So I'm going to run npm this one, and then go in here and install. And to use this one, it's really simple. So we can just copy and paste this one right here. Okay, I'm going to copy this one and come back here. And then let's replace this one, import the dashboard icon, and another one is going to be log open. So for this one, it's going to be our logout icon. And come back here, I'm going to do the dashboard icon. And this one, I'm going to do flex, item center, and then justify between. This one is going to be between. Let's go back, and you can see, nice. And another one, I can just copy this one, and then we can paste this one. But instead of the dashboard, this one is going to be logout, and this one is going to be log open icon. Okay, so right now it looks something like this. Great. So we can have the divide border between these two by adding the divide to y right here. Okay, so right now we have some space between these two, and we have divide. Great. So right now our profile is complete, and the next thing that we are going to do is to implement the logout functionality right here. All right, so to do that, it's going to be really simple. So for this one, so we can go into the login form, and then we're going to copy this function right here. So we're going back into our profile, and then I'm going to paste this one right here. So this one, so we can do control dot, and this one we can just auto import. And this one is going to, I'm going to remove everything, and instead of login, is we're going to do handle logout. And this one we're going to call to Supabase .auth sign out, and we can do the await for this one. And then when we do that, we need to have an async. And for this one, we can set the user to undefined as well. Okay, so we can set the user to undefined. So for that, we need to import set user from right here. It's going to be set user, and right here we're going to call set user. Right now the error should be gone, and then we can call this one inside our button, which is going to be on click logout. Great. So right now if we come back here and then we click on logout, we should be able to see that we toggle back to our login button. And if we refresh this one, you can see, so right now if we log in back, we should be able to see the icon and the user right here. Okay, great. So right now we finish our logout. So the next thing that we're going to do is to, whenever the user is logged in, we want to store the information inside our database. So to do that, we can come back into Supabase dashboard and go into table editor and create a new user table. So I'm going to give the user table, and the ID of this user is going to be the UUID. And so for this one, it's not going to be auto generate. So this one we will import from the auth table user. So I'm going to add more column right here. I'm going to click add more. We're going to have a lot of column inside here. So first we're going to have the email of the user. Next is we're going to have the display name. And this one is we're going to have the image URL. And we're going to have the role of the user. And then this one is going to be subscriptions, status, whether this user is subscription or not. And another one is going to be stripes, customer, ID. And another one is going to be stripes, subscription, ID. Okay, subscription ID. Okay, great. So for the type of email, it's going to be text. Display name is going to be text as well. Image URL is going to be text. The role is going to be text. And for this one, the default value is going to be user. And for this one, it's not going to be nullable. This one is not nullable as well. Let's untoggle this one and this one. And subscription status is going to be Boolean. And the default value is going to be false. And for this one, not nullable as well. And this two is going to be type text. And this one is going to be type text as well. And this two is going to be nullable. Okay, so because this one we'll add this one later when the user is subscription with the stripes, and we're going to add insert into this table. Okay, great. So right now we have this one. Let's hit save on this one. Okay, so right now our table is complete. So what I wanted to do to insert this table is to call trigger. So whenever the auth user have insert into this table, so I wanted to call the trigger and insert our table user. Okay, so to do that, we need to go into our database and go to function, and we're going to create a new function to call. It's going to be create user on sign up. Okay, and for this one, it's going to be a trigger. And we're going to pass the function definition right here. So for this one, you can copy the boilerplate. So you go into the block right here. So you go into the demo, and we have one block is going to be block boilerplate. So you can see with this one. So what we want is going to be the trigger function right here. So for that, I'm going to copy this one. Let's go back and paste this one right here. So right here, I'm going to explain you what it does. So right here, this one is going to be insert into public table user that we just create and fill this information such as an ID, email, display name, and the image URL with the data that come from the GitHub, such as email, username, and avatar. And this one is we're going to update the user session with the role that we're going to add insert for that is going to be the user role. Okay. And right now we can that can show the advanced setting, and this is important to choose the security definer. Great. Right now, I hit confirm on this one. So to create the trigger, so you can go into trigger and you can navigate into auth. But as you can see inside the dashboard right here, the trigger is for the auth table is managed by Supabase, and this is read only. But we can change this one only if you know what you are doing. So in this case, we know what we're doing, so we're going to do it. So for that, let's go inside the Supabase actual editor right here, click on the new query, and right here you can come back to the boilerplate and copy this one as well, and then we can just paste this one right here. So right now for this function name is the function that we just create. It's going to be create user on sign up, and a trigger name is going to be, you can name this whatever you want. In this case, I'm going to call the same name as create user on sign up as well. So this one is like we're going to create a trigger. This is the name of the trigger, and this one is going to be the event. So this one after the auth user table is insert. So I mean, if there's a new record, and then inside the auth user, we're going to call the create user on sign up right here. Okay. So right now let's click run this one, and let's go back into trigger, and then let's go to auth. We should be able to see this one right here. Great. So right now we have this one. So the next thing to test this out, we're going to the auth authentication and then remove this user right here. And then we can come back into our applications, and then we can log out this user first, and then we can try to log in back. So when we log into this user, we will be able to see the user record inside our table. So right now, let's go back inside here. We have this data, and if we go into the user table, we should be able to see this data right here. Okay, great. Now we complete and save the user information. So the next thing that we're going to do is to work on the dashboard page. All right, so before we doing that, so you can see when we navigate to the dashboard, this pages do not exist yet. So let's go ahead and create this one. So inside our apps, we're going to create a new folder called dashboard. And right here, let's do page.tsx, and we can run our snippet OFC. And right now we hit save. So if the user right now try to navigate to the dashboard, we should be able to see this one. So right now, let's change this one to the H1 of the dashboard. Okay, dashboard. Great. And then for this one, I'm going to change this one. Okay. So right now, before we work on implementation of this one, I think we can do the page protection for the dashboard. So right now, this user is the user role, right? So we want to only the user that access the dashboard is an admin. So to do that, we need to go into the middleware, and then this one we can check and then run this middleware only for the dashboard page only. So right now we can do this one export. It's going to be equal to this one, and I think this one we need to config, and then we're going to do matcher. That is going to be listen to the match of the page. This is going to be dashboard page, and then this is going to be pass, and it's going to be star. So it means like every time we go into the dashboard page, it will run this middleware. Any other page we don't want to run it. So right now, if we confirm that, so right now you can see this is our last compile. So if I try to go into login/localhost 3000 right here, so if I go here, so you can see this, we do not run the middleware, but if I navigate into the dashboard, the middleware is running. Okay, so right here we can check on this one. We can check if the data dot sessions dot and else. So it means like if the user is logged in, so if the user is not logged in, we want to redirect them back to the home page. Okay, so for that we can do return next respond dot redirect, and this one is going to be new URL, and we're going to do slash right here, and then we're going to request dot URL. So right now, if this user is not logged in, so for example, I log out from here, and if I try to navigate to the dashboard, if I enter right here, so you can see I cannot navigate to the dashboard because we protect this one. We check the user session and turn out the user no session, and then we return them to here. And another thing is like if the user is logged in, and then we can check another one. If data dot sessions dot user metadata dot role is not equal to admin, so we're gonna do the same thing. So we're gonna return the user back to the home page as well. So right now, let's try to log in this user. And so when the user is logged in, so let's try to navigate to this one. So you can see this user is a user role. He cannot log in to the admin page as well. So for that, let's try to update this user manually to become an admin page. Okay. All right. So for that, first we can go into this role. We can change this user role into admin. So if you want to know how to do this in depth, so you can check out my previous video that I talk about this one. So for now, this one we're gonna do this one manually. Okay. So right now we change this one. So the next thing we need to update the session of the user as well. So for that, let's go into SQL editor, and I think I have run this one already. So I think it should be, maybe we can go into the function and go into edit function, and then we can grab this code right here because this code is responsible for update user session. Okay, so right now let's go back into our SQL editor and click on new query, and then we can call this one. So instead right here, we're going to do admin, and the new ID right here will be the user ID. So for that, let's go to user table, and then we can copy this user. Let's come back here, and then we can replace this one with the ID of the user, and then we can add semicolon. Now we run this one. So right now this user become admin. So when that happens, we need to log out from this user, and then we can log in back so that the user will have the session of an admin. So right now we can go into here, and then you can see right now, since this user is an admin, right now we can have the dashboard page. Great. So the next thing that we wanted to do, as you can see, this dashboard link right here is only for the admin to see only. So we can protect this one as well. So for that, let's go into the Navbar and go to profile. And then right here, this is where we render our link. So let's go ahead and try to check this one. So we can do con is admin, if the user is admin, so it's going to be user metadata.role, and then it's going to be equal to admin. Okay, so this is admin, so only the admins only that be able to run this one. Okay, so right now we do this one. Great. So right now if we refresh this one, since this user is an admin, so he can still be able to see this one, and then for the other user they will not be able to see this. And later on we can add this one another link, but for now we can keep it as it is for now. Right now we can focus on building our dashboard right here. All right, so right now we're going to work on the dashboard page. So for that, let's close everything that we have here. I'm going to go here, and right now let's navigate into our dashboard page. So if you can see right here, we have the layout of the dashboard where the user can navigate between the user page and the dashboard right here. And also you can see there's a little bit of space between these two. So for that, let's go into our layout. Instead of space by 5, let's go with 10. And right now we can see this one. Nice. So right now let's go back inside our dashboard and go inside here. I'm going to create a new layout of this one. layout.tsx, and then we should be able to render this one. And inside this layout we're gonna have the children's, and then we're gonna add the child type of this one. It's going to be a React node. Okay, and then this one we can just render the children inside here. Great. So right now let's hit save this one. Everything should be working fine. Nice. So now inside here I'm going to create a new component of this one. And the component is going to be called navlink.tsx. Okay, so let's save this one. And right now, this navlink right here will be render the link of the dashboard or to go to the user page. And for that, let's have the data for this one is going to be links. It's going to be array, and this one is going to be the href is going to be equal to /dashboard. And then we have another one. It's going to be the tag is going to be dashboard, and we're going to have the icon, and the icon of this one is going to be a reader. So I think this one we can import it from the Reddit icon. We go here, and then we can search this one, and I think it's probably the icon right here. So right now we can import from Reddit React icon, and then we're gonna go with this one is going to be the reader icon. Okay, the reader icon that we have here, and then we can save it right here. Nice. So then we can copy this one, and we can add another one for this dashboard is going to be /user, and then we're gonna have the user, and that this is gonna be the person icon as well. Nice. So right now we have this one. Let's render this one. So it's going to be a link that we have here that maps, and then we can destructure from this one. It's going to be, I think, right here, and then we can return the link, and we're going to use the next link, and the href is this one is going to be we're going to get the value from here. So we're going to have the link and the index that we have here. Okay. So for this one, we can use a key as an index, and right here we can destructure this one. We can have the href, and this one is gonna have the tag, and we can have the icon. And for this one, let's just use this one as the href, and this one, let's fix this one by adding index. Great. So right now, let's going back, and this one we're gonna display the tag of this one. Let's for now just show the text, and let's use this now link inside our layout. And inside here, I'm gonna go with the nav link, and then let's save this one. So right now we should be able to see this one. Great. So, and then for this one, I'm gonna give the space of this one to space y to 5. So we have a little bit of space between these two. Great. So right now inside our nav link, let's do some styling of this one. And this one is gonna be flex item center, and the gap of this one to 5. So we have a little bit of space between these two. And inside here, we're gonna render the icon. So let's do that. So we can have the icon right here. And also another one is just gonna do the slash. All right. So right now we have this. So let's style our link. So our link right here, I'm gonna use the CN, this one from the chat CN, and then that's created for us. And this one is going to be flex item center, and the gap is this one is gonna be 1. All right, so right now we have this one. So for this one, I'm gonna give the border to B, and then we're gonna do PB to 2 as well. So right now we should be able to have the space. And so right now when we hover on this one, we should have the text underline. So hover underline, very nice. And then I think we can do the transition all for this one as well. Right now, let's implement the active link. So whenever the user stay on this one should have the green color. So for that, let's go and use the path name. It's going to be equal to use path name. And when we use this one, we need to transform our component inside the use client. Okay. So right now, let's going back right here. So right here, we can check the condition. And then we're going to do is path name is going to be equal to the href that we have right here. All right. So if that's so, we're going to render the tag of this one to green 500. Okay. So right now, as you can see, and also we're going to do the underline as well. Right. So right now, if I try to navigate back to user, so the user right now is not exist yet. Let's create this user. So let's go back inside the dashboard and create another folder of the, and it's going to be user, and then create the page.tsx, and we can run this snippet and then hit save. So right now, let's navigate back to the dashboard and then go navigate to the user. So you can see this is stay there, and then we can see this one. Great. So right now, let's focus on building the dashboard detail right here. All right, so right now we're gonna go back into our dashboard page. So inside here, I'm gonna create this one, and then we're gonna have the H1 is gonna be the blocks. So for our dashboard, we're going to responsible for the blocks table. So right now I'm gonna do this one. Let's give it style. This one gonna be text to Excel, maybe to Excel as well, and then we're gonna do font of this one is gonna be bold. Okay, great. And inside here, we're going to have another one is going to be the button to create the block. So we're going to do create, and right here, we're going to use the icon. It's going to be plus icon, and we're going to import it from this one. And right now, we should be able to see this. Great. Right here, we're going to change the variant of this one to the outline instead. And now let's make this one side by side. So let's go back here. I'm going to give the class name to flex item center, and then we're going to do justify. One is going to be between. Okay, great. So for this create right here, when we click on this one, it should navigate to the link of the dashboard block create page. So for that, let's gonna wrap this one around the link instead, and the href of this one is going to be dashboard /block/create. Okay, and now let's go here and this one, and right now let's just create an empty page for this create page. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to create the block and create another folder called create, and right here we're going to have the page.tsx. Okay, right now let's run the snippet, and we can leave it is for now, and then we can come back into our dashboard. So right now if we click on this one, make sure that it's navigate to this page right here. Great. Right now let's navigate back. So right here, we're going to have the block table. So you can see this is show the title of the block and the status of the block, right? Premium, and the action that we have right here. All right, so let's build that. So for that, I'm going to create another component inside our dashboard component. Is going to be the block table.tsx. Okay, right now let's run this one, and let's import this block table inside our dashboard. So it's going to be our block table. Okay, so now let's close this one. All right, so right now let's go back inside our block table. So this one is, I'm gonna give the class name of this one to border. So we're gonna have the border, and let's have a little space between these two. Let's go back inside our dashboard. I'm gonna give the space of this one to y to 5 as well. So right now we have a little bit of space. Great. So for the background color of this one, so you can go inside this block right here, and then you go into the block boilerplate. So I have generated the custom color for you. So please go ahead and do that. So which I'm going to copy from this one right here. Okay, right now let's go into tailwind.config, go to extend, and we can paste this one. Right now we need to fix something right here. Okay, great. So right now we'll be able to use the BG gradient dark right here. Okay, and click save this one. Make sure everything okay. Let's go back. Great. So right now let's go block table and add this background color. It's going to be this color, so you can see. Nice. And inside here I'm going to do the rounded of this one to empty. Okay, great. So right now if we look at this here, we have the table header and then the table content. So for that, let's build a table header. So inside the table header right here, we're going to have the title, and then we're going to have 3 of this one. I'm going to do this, and there we go. And right now we're going to have this one. Another one is going to be the premium, and another one is going to be the publish. Okay. All right. So right now let's try to use the grid for this one instead. So grid, and the grid of this one is going to be grid. Call of this one is going to be 5. And so because I want to use the title right here, the call span of 2. So I'm going to do call span to 2. So right now it take up the 2 space of this one. And this is the 3 and 4. The 5 will be all the action. Okay. All right. So inside here, I'm going to give a space of this one. It's going to be the P5. So right now we have a little bit of space, and the tag of this one to gray 500. And let's give the border B of this one. Okay. Okay, right now we have this one. Great. So for this one, let's go into the block detail. Let's go that. And the same thing for this one. We're gonna give the grid of this one to grid call 5 as well. And then we're gonna have the content of this one. This is gonna be block title, but now we can just use a default block title and give a space of this one. I'm gonna do P5 as well. All right, great. So right now we can have the status, another one, which is 3. And for this one, H1 right here, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna do call span to 2. So right now this one is under this one, and then we're gonna have the action. All right, so for that I'm gonna create another component called action, and then we can just return right here, and we can have this div. So the action is gonna have the button to view, and make sure I import from this one. And let's just copy and make this 3 of this one. All right. So right now, and then we can import our action back inside our table. It's going to be action right here. Great. So right now it will look something like this. So let's do some styling to our class right here. So for this one, I am going to give this one is going to be flex item center, and the gap, this one is going to be 5. All right, so right now, as you can see, it will be exceed our width right here, but we're gonna fix this one soon. And for this one, let's give the variant of this one. It's gonna be outline instead of ghost, instead of the default one. So we're gonna do the outline. Great. So right now we have this one. So let's fix the layout of our table. So for our layout of our table, let's go ahead and give the width of this one to the max width 800 pixel, and then from the MD up we're gonna go width to width full. Okay, so when we do like this, the whole content is gonna be this a scroll. But what we wanted to do on this one is we want to wrap this one with another div, and then we can give this one the overflow to Y to X to auto. Okay, so right now it will be scroll inside here. I guess for this one right here, we can give a flex wrap, or we can increase the width of this one. So for example, we can go with a 900. Oops, this one go to 900. So we scroll, we should be able to see, or we can do something like this. And so for this one, we're gonna do the flex wrap on this one, so you can see. And then when we on the larger screen, we can do the flex row instead. Okay, so this one is from the so we can do on the up. Let's do flex row. All right, so right now we go on the larger screen. Okay, so we can see this one. I think because of the layout here too small, that's why we push it to this layout. I think it's fine for this one. it's okay. I think we do not have to change this one, so maybe we don't have to need to do this. So now let's change this layout to view and then add some icon to this one. So this one is going to be open icon. I'm going to use this one. So right now you can see, let's give a class name, flex, item center, and gap this one to 2. And let's copy this one and make another copy of this 2 right here. All right. And then let's do this one. Great. And then for this one, let's do, instead of this one, it's going to be delete. And then we're going to do import the trash icon. It's going to be the trash icon right here. All right, so maybe I don't want this one. Let's do another trash icon. So this one right here. Okay, great. And another one is going to be edit. And this one is going to be the pencil icon. Okay, great. So right now we have this one. Let's go back and voila. All right, okay, great. So maybe the gap right here should be maybe 2 rather than 5. And okay, so right now our block is okay. So the next thing is the publish right here. We use the switch instead of the title of this one. So later user can toggle and then update this one instantly. So for that, let's use the switch. So go to chat.cn and search for the switch. And inside here, you can come back this one and click on the npm and open our terminal and then run this one. Okay. So right now it will install our switch, and if you look at the code, it's pretty simple. And first we need to import this one. I'm going to import this, and then we can later on use this one inside and then replace it with right over here. So right now we can use our switch, and then we can do it right over here as well. And the default value for now, let's just check this one into false, and the publish is going to be true. Okay, so right now let's go back. We should be able to see the switch, and this is our component as well. Great. So right now we finished this one. So for this one right now, we can keep it as it is for now. Later on when we come back, we read data from Supabase, and then we can do this dynamically. And the next step that we're going to focus on is going to the create page right here. All right, so right now we're going to work on the create block form. So as you can see, this is what the demo look like. So we have the block title and the link image URLs that we can use with the Flash and the block content. All right, so let's do that. So right here, right now, if I try to go into this page, it's empty. So let's work on this one. Let's go back into apps, dashboard, block, and then we have the create page right here. So for this one, we're going to use the form from chat.cn. So please go ahead and install that. So I'm going to go and right here, search for form. And when we scroll down, we have to install this one. So I'm going to click on npm and open the terminal, and then we can run this one. Okay. So right now, while this installs, so we can go inside the documentation, and then we can choose with the input right here. And right now, you can go to code, and then we can copy all the content that we have here. So coming back into our page, and also our installation is complete as well. Going back here, you can see we can just paste everything that we have right here. All right, so right now we have to install a couple of things to make this work. So first we need to install our input. So for that, we can search for the input, and then we can do install for this one as well. And open our terminal and run this one. And the next one is going to be the toast right here. So let's do that. Let's toast, and then come here, install, and then press install the toast. Great. So right now, for this toast to work, we need to go into the layout, and then we're going to import the toaster. Make sure that this one is complete. And then we can come back here, then we can call this one the toaster. Okay, so toaster component. Great. So right now, navigate back into our page, and then we're gonna export this one as a default function. So default, and change this one to block form. Okay, so right now when we navigate back, we should be able to see something like this. When we submit, we should be able to see the toss as well, which is really nice. So right now, let's transform the form right here and change some style. For this one, I'm going to give this one to a width to full. And let's give a border of this one. We're going to have the border as well. All right, great. and the rounded this one to MD. Okay, so now we have this one. So let's work on the form item that you can see right here. So we have this a menu that we can click on preview. We toggle the premium and paste publish and the button to save as well. So let's do that. So inside this form, I'm going to create another one. Is going to be this one, this div right here. And right here, I'm going to give the class name of this one to p5. And then we're going to have this one. So right here, we're going to use the span as a preview button. Okay. So the reason that I use the span as a preview button is because if you use button, it will act as a submit directly. So for example, if I use the button instead, and if I click on this one, so you can see this will automatically submit. But what we want is that we want a preview here to toggle the state. So that's why I use the span instead. And for this one, we can change the role of this one to button, and then we're gonna have the tab index of this one to 0 as well. So when we're doing this one, so as you can see, when I do tap on this one, it will tap on the preview as well. Okay, great. So right now, let's do some style to our button. Right here, we're gonna have the eye opens icon right here. So right now, there you go. And let's do some style of this one. So class name, we're gonna do flex. And then we're going to do item center and then gap of this one to 1. And let's do the border of this one. And then let's do the BG of this one to, I'm going to give the BG to 700. Okay, I'll hit save. And to make this one on this one, I'm going to do flex. And then let's do the, let's do flex and then item to center. And then we're going to do flex wrap later. Okay, we're going to do flex wrap. All right, great. So right now we have this one, and then this one I'm going to do the px to, let's do p to 2, and then round it to MD as well. Great. So right now we have this one, and so when we hold, I want to give this one to a ring to 2, and when we hover, I think this one when we do hover. Okay, so hover we ring 2 and hover ring objects 4. So you can see when we hover, we have this one. Nice. And then we can have the transition all for this one as well. All right. This is looking great. So now we can do another thing for this one. Another one is going to be the switch one. So the switch right here is going to be the field of the switch, like it's the field right here. So for that, I can copy this one and I can paste this one. And instead of the username, I remove this one. The input control also remove. This one also remove. The message here also remove as well. So right here, we can just put the switch component and we can import it from our component right here. Very nice. So right now we have the switch. I think for our flag right here, let's add the gap of this one to 5 as well. Nice. And so for the switch right here, we can have more information inside, such as we can have the text. It's going to be a span. It's going to be premium. And then let's do the style of this one. It's going to be flex, item center, and the gap of this one to 1. And we can do the same thing. We can have the border and BG6 this one to 700. And we're going to do P2 as well. Okay, and then we're going to do round it to MD. Right now we have our switch right here, which is really nice. Okay, great. So for this one, let's add some icon. For this one, it's going to be the star icon. This one. All right, so right now we have this one. Great. So right now we can do the same things for this one. I want to copy to another one. And this one is going to be publish. And then this one is going to be the rocket icon instead. And this we use a switch as well. Okay, great. So right now, the next thing is we're going to have the button to submit. And this one is we're going to use the button and then the button right here. All right, so I'm going to do this. And this one is going to be a save. So we can have the function of the save right here. So this one is going to be the BS copy, I think from the React icon. Let me import this one. So come back here. I'm going to import BS copy from React icon /BS. All right. Okay, it look like it's okay. I think this one is okay. And then we can just do BS copy right here. Oops. All right, so right now we hit this save. And then this one, let's go with the class name of the flex item center, and then gap this one to 1. Okay. I think it's not a BS copy. I think it's a BS save. So right now I use this wrong. It's gonna be BS save. Okay. And then we can come back here, and then we can change this one to BS save. So we should be able to see something like this. Nice. So now I want to push this one to the edge, so you can see when we on the larger screen, this is close to each other. But when on the larger screen, I want this one to at the end of this one. So to do that, we can wrap around the component, this one, with another div right here. And then we can do something like this. And now for this one, this parent, so we want it to be justify space between. And this one, I just give the class name of flex, gap this one to 5, and then item to center. So this one will flex back, but if we go on the larger screen, so you can see this is at the end and this is at the front. All right, so very nice. All right, so right now we have this one. I think the gap here is unnecessary. We can remove this. Great. So now let's go back inside here. As you can see, we have the border below this one as well. So let's do that. So let's do PB. And so I think we should be able to see this one, right? So we go here. I think this one, border B. Nice. So right now we have this one. Okay, so right now we click on preview, like this one. This one should switch into the edit mode. So for that, let's go inside the log form. And then we're going to do is preview, and then set preview is equal to use state. Use state, and then this one is going to be fall. So for this use state, we need to import this one as well. For that, let's click on import. This one will auto import for me. And right now, let's implement this one. So inside here, when we click on this one, I want to let's do something like this. Set preview to not preview. Okay, to not is preview. And then so we can render if it is preview, we're gonna render something here, else we're gonna render something else here. Okay, make sure you do that. So for this one, I'm gonna copy this one and paste it right here, paste between these two. Okay, so right now this one is going to be edit, and then this one is going to be the pants icon instead. Right now when I click, as you can see, we toggle between edit and preview. Very nice. Okay, so right now we have this one. So right now let's working on this one right here. So for this field right here, I think we can focus firstly on the schema of the form first. So our schema is we're gonna have the title, which is going to be a string. This is going to be a title, and let's do this one more, and then we're gonna have the image URL, which is going to be a string as well, and this is going to be the URL. Okay, URL, and then we're gonna have the message. This one is going to be invalid URL, and another one is going to be content, which is going to be a string, and then we're gonna have the content, and we're gonna have is publish, which is going to be the boolean. This is going to be strings dot boolean, not string. It's just like the boolean right here. And then we can do copy this one. Oops. Can copy this, and this one is going to be is premium. All right. So we hit save this one. So right now we have a bunch of error. So for example, the title right here. And we can have a default value. Let's say the content is going to be empty. And for the image URL, we're going to have the empty is premium is going to be false. And another one is going to be is publish is going to be true. Okay, so this is the default value. So let's add this default value to our this one. So this one is going to be the is premium. Okay. So name is going to be is premium, and the switch right here we check is going to be fields dot value, and we're going to do on check chain. We're going to call the fields dot on chain. Okay, so right now if we go back, we should be able to see the toggle between these two. Great. Right now I'm going to copy this one, and let's go into our switch as well, and here we can just change this one to is publish. And if we hit save, if we refresh this one, so you can see by default is publish is going to be publish. Okay, so as you can see, right, nice. So right now this one is going to be the title, and then we're gonna have the input right here. Okay, nice. So right now we have this one, so let's actually do some styling to this input for now. All right, so here I'm gonna wrap this input with another div, so I'm gonna pass input here. So I'm gonna give a class name of this one to p2, and then we're gonna do the width of this one to full. Okay, so right now we should be about this. I think the message URL right here should be removed. Okay, and then for this one, I'm gonna give this one a title instead. All right. So right now, one thing that we wanted to do is that if you go into our dashboard, we should be able to see that when we're on the larger screen, we should be able to see this content when we type immediately. So, and then when on the larger screen, this one is on display. Okay. So for that, we can do the same thing. So we can have another field, which is going to be the input value that is going to show this value. So this is going to be the form dot get field state. Okay. I think this one is to get value, and then it's going to be dot title. All right. So right now, if we type on this one, so you can see this is at the bottom right here. So we want to read this one to be side by side. And so for that, for this one, I'm going to give the flex, and then I'm going to give this one to break words. And then I'm going to give the gap of this one to 2. All right. So right now on the larger screen, we should be able to see something like this. Okay, nice. And so for this one, I can use the cn class, so then we can do some logic into this one. So we do cn, and then so right here we can pass our string back. Okay, and right here we can check if it is preview. When it's on preview, I'm gonna do the y of this one to x is equal to 0. L if gonna be x this one. Okay, so right now when we on the larger screen, so you can see that I think when this one, when so we it's not on preview, so we can see this. When we on preview, we do not see this one. Okay. All right. So right now let's focus on adding style to this one. So for our input right here, let's give a class name of this one, and I'm going to use the cn for this one as well. So this one is going to be the border. First is going to be to none, and the text this one to LG. I'm going to do the font to medium, and I'm going to do leading to relax. So this one, when we type on this one, so you can see, great. And then for this one, let's do when it's on preview, we can do the condition as well. So is preview. So if it's on preview, I'm going to give the width to 0 and the p to 0 as well. But if it's not on preview, I'm going to give the width of this one to full. But from the LG up, I want to width this one to 1/2 of screen only. All right. So right now when we are on the larger screen, so you can see this one is only the width half, take half of the space only. But when on this one is going to be width full. So for now, we need to undisplay this one on the smaller screen. Okay. All right, so for that, we can come back here. And so for this one, I'm going to use a class name. I'm going to use the cn as well. And then for this one, let's do the LG px to 10. And then for this one, we can check if it is preview. And we're going to do max this one to auto. We want this one to be center. And then the width to be full. And then from the LG up, we want to width to 4/5. Okay. All right. Else, if it's not like that, so we're going to do width to 1 and 2. But from the LG up, we can show this component. But I think this one is going to be blocked. Else, we're going to go with hidden. Okay. We go with hidden, and then we can do this. All right, so right now we hit save. So right now we should be able to see something like this. So right now, since this is on a preview and on smaller screen, we do not see this one. But right now, let's say, for example, when you type and you click on preview, you should be able to see this one, okay? So now let's do some styling to our title. So this one is going to be text 3XL, and then font is to, I think, medium as well. Font medium, and all right, that's pretty much it. So this is, right now we do this, and voila, this one. And right now let's actually add some space between these two. If we scroll back, this should be right here. So right now let's add the gap of this one to 5. Okay, great. So right now we have this one, and voila, it's nice. So right now this is in preview mode, but when we on the larger screen, it looks something like this. Okay, this is look good. So right now let's work on the another one. It's gonna be the image URL. Okay, so right now what we want is when we type on this one, so you can see I want to revalidate this form right here. So for that we can go into our form schema, and then we can change the mode of this one. It's gonna be to all mode, and then we hit save. So right now I think we should refresh this one. So as you can see, when we type on this one, we should be able to see this instant right here. Great. So right now for this message right here, let's add some style on this one. And so for this one, first I need to check on this one, form that get field state of the title and is invalid. And I'm gonna do n the form that get value, and the value is gonna be a title, and then we can render this one. Okay, so right now I can cut this one, and then I can do the and operator right here. This is going to be form message. Right here, we only see the message if the user typed. So for example, if user not typed, we do not want to see this one. And okay, so right now when it's valid, we can do something like this. And another thing is like for the save function right here, we want it to disable if the form is invalid. So for that, it's going to be disable is equal to form state dot is valid right here, and then we can do not operator right here. Okay, I'm gonna do not operator. So right now, as you can see, this form is disabled. We cannot type unless all the field that we have is valid. So right now we need to work on another field, which is going to be the image URL. All right, so for this one, it's going to be really simple. So for this, I'm going to just copy and paste the field that we have right here. All right, so I'm going to copy this one, and then we can add another one, and that this one is going to be the image URL. Okay. All right, great. So we can change from this one to the URL, or we can do image URL. All right, great. Okay, so since we have the space between these two as well, and voila. So this is going to be typed URL, and I think this should be invalid. So when every time I type, but this is as you can see, if we go down right here, this is not going to be the title. This is going to be image URL, and this one is going to be the image URL as well. All right, let's hit save. And right now, I think we can do some styling to this one. I can wrap this one around a div. And let's give a class name of this one to P2. Okay, so right now it's below right here. Very nice. Okay, so right now let's work on to display the image URL. So the image URL is not going to be rendered as a text. It will be rendered as an image, right? So right here, we're going to do if it is preview. So we want to image to only allow user to see if it is on preview, okay? All right, so right now we can come back here. And so for that, if it's not on preview, if we have this value, we show the user. I think if it's not on preview, and then another one, we can do something like this. Else, we can do something like this. So right now we can have a message to the user. Let's say click on preview to see image. Okay. So right now, if we come back right here, if the user click on preview, you can see click on preview to see the image. Okay. So right now, the user need to pass this one, and then we have this one. Okay. All right. So if they click on preview, right here is where we're going to render our image. So for that, we can wrap this one inside the div, and then we can have our image is going to be from the next image, and this one is going to be relative. Okay, relative, and the source of this image is going to get the field value, so it's going to be form dot get value, and the value is going to be the dot image URL. Okay, and then the all of this one is going to be preview, and this one is going to be fill, and we can have the class name object to cover, and another one is object to center. Okay, and all right, so this one, let's hit save. So right now this one, we can see this one when we click on preview. So when I click on preview, so right now we need to register the unflash image. So right now the form field right here, we're going to support image from the unflash only. So for that, let's go into our next config, not this one. So let's go into our next config and add another one of this one. So the host name is going to be this, and the protocol is going to be HTTPS. Okay. So when we change this one, we need to restart our server. And so we can do npm run dev again. All right, so right now let's test this one again. So I click on this one, click on preview, and okay, I think, oh, what's happening right here? All right, so it's look like we do not toggle between these two. Click on preview and click on preview. All right, so right now we do not have the image. Let's fix that and go into our page right here. And inside our image right here, we're gonna give this one to height of this one to 80, and let's do empty to 10. Let's do the border and then round it to empty. Okay, let's hit save. We should be able to see the image, and this one is gonna be rounded to empty as well. Rounded empty. Okay, great. So right now we should be able to see this on a larger screen. Nice. I think maybe the empty of this one should go for 5 only. Maybe let's go with the empty to 5. Great. All right, so right now we finished this one. Let's move on to another one, which is going to be the text markdown. So for that, I can copy again from the input field, because this is an input as well. So we go here, and below this one, I'm going to paste this one. All right. So right now, instead of this one, is going to be the content, and this one is going to be the content as well. Okay, and then from this one, we're gonna change this value to content instead of the input. All right, okay, great. So right now we have this one, but this one is going to be the text editor, text area. So for that, let's go into the text area and then install this one. I'm gonna copy this one, go back in our terminal, and then we're gonna install this one. Great. So right now we have this one. Let's import this one inside here. This is gonna be text area. Okay. And all right, let's hit save. So we should be able to see this text area, so we can resize or anything. Let's do some styling to this one. So for this one, I'm gonna give the resize to none, and the height of this one to 7vh. Okay, so let's hit save. So right now, let's go ahead. Okay, it looks like the 7vh is not applied to this one at all. So maybe I think we can add the 7vh to this one. I think for if it's preview, it's not preview right here. So it's gonna be height to 7vh. And right now, as you can see, we have this one, and the height of this one, let's go with the height full. Okay, let's refresh this one. Okay, so right now, as you can see, our height is go with the 7vh, and so when we type, we should render this one right here. Okay, so right now, let's go back and inside here. So this one is gonna be the content only, and if you click on preview, we should be able to see this one. I think for this one, we're going to render as a Markdown. So for that, we need to build the Markdown preview first. All right, so for the Markdown right here, we're gonna use the React Markdown. So for that, and let's go come back inside our component, and let's create a new folder called Markdown inside here. And this one I'm gonna do create the Markdown preview. .tsx. Okay, so right now let's render this one, and this one is going to accept two parameters, which is going to be the content, and another one is going to be the class name. Let's give a type of this one. It's going to be content, which is going to be a string, and we're going to have the class name, which is going to be a string as well. Great. So right now we can use this content to render between these two. Okay, so right now let's have this one, and so we can use this Markdown preview inside our block form, which is going to be create right here. And if we scroll down right here, it should be between this one right here. Okay, so right now I'm going to replace this one with the Markdown preview, and then I'll remove this, copy this to here. And if we go into the class name, so for now I'm gonna give a class name is optional, so it's going to be something like this. Okay, so right now let's hit save. So I think for this one we need to pass the content. We not pass like this. This is gonna be content, and we have this field right here. Okay, saying this is wrong. Okay, great. So right now if we going back here, we should be able to see the Markdown. If for example, if I type, if I click on preview, and we can see this one. All right, so right now as you can see, this is UI is broken. Let's actually fix this one a little bit. So for that, let's go up here, and for this one we're gonna do the flex wrap as well. All right, okay, not this one, I think. Let's cut this one. This one right here, the flex wrap should go here as well. All right, great. So right now the UI is not broken. Okay, great. Right now let's go back and focus on the Markdown instead. Let's come back here. To use the Markdown, I'm going to use this one. Please go ahead and install this one. I'm going to copy, and right here I'm going to do npm install React Markdown, and and another one is we going to install is going to the rehab highlight right here. So let's go ahead and do that, and copy this one and just press enter. So for the rehab highlight, this one is going to highlight our Markdown and like the block code. Okay, so right now this one is complete. So let's go ahead and use this one. So I'm gonna import Markdown from React Markdown here, and then we can use this one between these two right here. So right now if we use this Markdown, and everything should work the same way. So you can see, let's focus on preview, and right now let's give some style of this one. So for example, let's give the right content. So for example, I render the h1, and then let's do the h2 and h3. So this one is going to be h2, this is going to be h3. Okay, so right now let's go back. I see for this one we need to have some space between these two. Preview, so you can see this is h1, h2, and h3. Okay, let's do some styling to this one. So for that, when we render this one, we can do the component, and then we can render based on individual component that we want. So for example, when we want to render the custom our h1, it's going to be something like this. We can have a note, and then we can have spread the prop right here, and this is going to return back the JSX, which is our h1, and we can just spread the props back. Okay, so right now we can use the class this one to do some styling. So for example, this one we're gonna do text 3XL and the font to bold. So right now you can see it looks something like this, and we can do the same thing for the rest of the content right here. Let's do h2 and h3, and this is 2, and this XL. So you can do customize all the way that you want. So if you have another component that you want to customize, let's say an a-link type or the paragraphs, so we can do that as well. So for now I'm going to focus on this tree only, and for the paragraph, so for example, if I type something right here and it will render something like this, I think I'm okay with this one. Okay, so for this one, let's give a class name of this one and add a little bit of space between these two. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna use the cn right here, and I'm gonna do the space y to 5 to 6, so you can see we have some separation between these two. And for this one, let's add the class name that this is gonna be the custom class name, so in case someone passed the custom class name. All right, so right now let's going back here and we click on preview, or as you can see, when we type right here, it will automatically pass it for us. Okay, great. So right now, the next thing that we wanted to do is we're going to focus on the block code. So for example, when I do something like this, let's say the JS code and things like that, I want to render the JS block code. So right now it's render, but do not highlight. So in order to highlight this block code, we can come back here. We can do the Rehabs plugin. Okay. And then we can import from that. So import from, this one is going to be from the rehabs that we just installed. Rehab highlight right here. And then we can use this one. I think we can do something like this with the highlight. Okay. So right now we can put our plugin right here. And if we refresh this one, all right, so right now I need to, okay, maybe we can just copy this code right here, okay? And paste and preview, which should be something like this. But as of now, it do not have any highlight. So to highlight this one, we need to import from the highlight.js. So we're gonna import from highlight.js/style. So if you wanna have different style for this one, so we can go ahead and check this one as well. Let's go ahead and inside the node module, and then you can find the highlight.js. I think it would be right here. You go to style, and then you can see we have different style of this one. And also you can check the demo of this one as well. If you go to highlight.js, and you will be able to see the demo of this one and with different style that match this style.css right here. Okay, so the one I'm interested in, which is this one. So I'm gonna copy the name of this one, and then we can come back here. We can import this style right here. Okay, so right now if we go back and go back to edit, make sure I save this. If I refresh this one, click on this one again, click on preview. Okay, so right now it's look like our style is not render. All right, that's weird. Let's do it again. So we do this. Okay, and click on preview. All right, so why is not happen? Okay, so okay, I see. Because right here we need to use the rehab plugin, not remark plugin. So we need to use rehab plugin. So right now, as you can see, our code block is being rendered. Okay, nice. So right now we can custom our code block into something that we want. So the way that we do that, we can use the code right here. And inside here, we're gonna have the node, and we have a class name. And also we're gonna have the children, which is the content of the code. And we're gonna have spread the prop right here. Okay, I think we need to do something like this. And right here we can return. This one is gonna be return the block of code. So, or if you want to can customize this one as well. So right now, for example, if I return this div, so this one is gone because right now we just return empty div. Okay. So first, what I want to do with this one, I wanted to get the language from this one. So you can see when we do this backtick right here, we can get the language, the JS, and things like that, right? So if the user not pass the language for us, we're gonna do some another condition. So for that, to get this language, we can do something like this. So I'm gonna paste this one. So this one is we'll do some regex from our class name to get this value right here, as you can see. All right. So right now from this one, I can check if the match.lang, so if there's any match that the user provide to this one, and then we're gonna do something to this one, else we can just return the code. So I'm gonna return the code right here. Let's remove this one, and so we can pass the children that we have right here. Okay, so right now, for example, we have this paragraph that like hello world, and the way that this works is will act as like a highlight. So when we preview, we'll return the hello world, and then we can add some style to this one. So for example, we give a class name to bg, this one to red, let's say 400, and maybe I think it should be 200. Nah, it's 700, and then let's do round it to d, and then px to 2. Okay, so this is will act as a highlight, so we can change the color we want. Maybe we can use this color instead. Okay, great. So right now let's focus on building the block code. So for this one is we going to return a div like this, and I'm gonna give the style of this one to bg to gradient that we just added. So it's going to be bg gradient. This is going to be gradient dark. All right. And the tag of this one to gray 300. Border this one. And then we're going to do round it to MD. Okay. So we hit save. We should be seeing something here. And right here, we're going to have another div inside. So the first part is going to be, if you look at the dashboard that we have, so inside here, so for example, if I do JS code right here, if I click on preview, we should be able to see this icon and the copy button and the content right here. So this is where we're going to do the icon and the copy button. And this one is we're going to render our content right here. Okay. So right here, I'm going to add another div. And then right here, we can have the children. And this one, I'm going to give the class name to p5. And then for this one, I'm going to give it a class name to overflow, x to auto, and the width is going to be full. Okay. So right now, if we're going back, we should be able to see the block of code right here. All right. So I'm not sure why our gradient is not working right here. So it's going to be bg to gradient and gradient dark right here. If we hit save, all right. So right now we have this gradient dark, which is look really nice. Great. So right now we have this one. So let's work on the render the icon and the copy button. All right. So right here for the icon, I'm gonna let the icon is gonna be equal to the default icon. So for now, I can just import from React icon, and I'm gonna use this icon right here, p terminal. pi, I think this one we need to do slash pi as well. And right here we can do pi terminal, and this one is going to be pi terminal and synth right here. Okay, so right now we can use this one, and then we can use this to render the icon right here. Okay, so right now let's make sure that this one is working. So right now you can see we have this terminal icon. So let's do some styling into this one right here. And so for this one, we're gonna do the px to 5, then py to 2. Okay, and then I'm gonna do this one to the border to b. So right now we can, I think it's this misspell this one. So right now, there you go, we have this one. Nice. So right here, we can have to display the, for example, when we edit right here, we can do the, let's say, apps.js, so we can get this value as well. So to get this value, we can use it something like this. So right now, I'm going to have the span for this one. And to get that value, we can do note.data.meta, okay? So right now we can do something like this. Let's hit save. So you can see we have this one really nice. So right now I can wrap this one in another div. So for this one, we're going to do flex, item center, and then gap. This one is going to be 2. Okay. So right now we have this value. Nice. So for this one, it's going to be error. So one thing that we can do on this one, we can just do the ts ignore. We're going to do add ts ignore. All right. So we're going to ignore this line. Great. So right now we have this one. So the next thing that we wanted to do is we're going to build the copy button right here. Okay, so for that, I'll go outside right here, and I'm going to create the copy button. So it's going to be copy button.tsx. So we can run a snippet OFC. And inside the copy button right here, right now I'm going to hit save. So we can cut this one, and then we can import it back inside the terminal. So this one is going to be this one. Okay, and then we can just click save this one, and this one will auto import for me. All right, right now this one is gone. So let's try to add something here. I think for the code right here, we can just copy this one. Oops. And we can paste this one right here. Now it's preview, and we have this copy button. Okay, so for this copy button right here, we're going to do the flex. So make this one to be at the end of this one. So for that, if you make sure we do this one, And as you can see, we have this one right here. So we're gonna do flex item center, and then we're gonna do justify between. Okay, great. So right now let's work on the copy button. All right, so for this one, I'm going to use the icon. So it's gonna be BS copy from React icon right here. So right now you can see we have this one. So let's implement the function copy on this one. So it's gonna be handle copy is gonna be equal to this one right here. So right now we need to get an ID of this block of code right here. So when we click on this one, we're gonna select the block of code and copy it. So for that we need to get an ID. So an ID of this one is going to be a string. All right, so right now let's come back here. We need to make sure we pass the ID of this one. So where do we get this ID? So this ID is going to be generated. I'm gonna do it soon, and we're gonna pass the ID right here to the block of code right here. So this is, we cannot use the same ID, so that's why we need to generate an ID for this one. So in order to do that, so we can do something like this for an ID. So const ID is going to be equal to math.floor, and inside here it's going to be math.random, and it's going to be time 100, and then we're going to do +1 right here, and then we convert this one into the string. Okay, we convert this one to string, and right now we should be able to remove the error. We pass the ID to our copy button. Right now we can implement this function. So in going back into our copy right here, so we can get the text from this one. It's going to be document dot get element by ID, which is our ID right here, and then we're gonna do the text content. Okay, right here we're gonna do try and catch. So we're gonna do try, and then we do catch here, and then we're gonna do await navigator dot clipboard, and then we're gonna do write text with the text that we have, and then I can do something like this, and right here we need to do some async. So if we have an error, we can do console.log error copy. Okay, so right now we can come back here, we can call this one, and then we can call this one on click, and then we can call handle copy. Great. So right now if I click on this one, and right now let's see, we can control V, so you can see we'll be able to copy this one. Great. So right now let's try to add some styling and to this one. So for this one, let's do the P of this one to 2. And then for when we hover on this one, let me do scale. And then this one is going to be the cursor pointer. When I hover, so you can see we have this one. And also let's add the hover, the background. So hover BG62700. Okay, great. And then let's do a rounded of this one to MD. Okay, great. So right now this is what I want. Right, so right now whatever we want is that when I click on this one, I want to give the feedback to the user that okay, right now the copy is complete. Okay, so the way that we do that is we're gonna have the state to keep track of this one. So we're gonna do on copy, and we're gonna do set copy is equal to use state. And this one is going to be full by default. Let's auto import this one, and from React. And when we do this one, make sure that we do this one is going to be use client. Okay, and another one is going to do on done, and then we're going to do sets done. Okay, so when we complete this done. Okay, so right now on this one, I'm going to wrap around this one with another div. And for this copy right here, I'm going to give a class name to height to full, and then the width to full as well. When we absolute, and top to 0, left to 0. We're going to do flex item to center, and then we're going to do justify to center as well. Okay, so right now we have this one. Okay, I think then we need to add the relative to this one. Okay, great. So right now it's right here. So let's give a class name of the copy right here. So on this one, I'm going to use with the CN class as well. So this one, I'm going to do the transitions to all. And right here, we can check if it's on copy. Right now, let's do on copy. I'm gonna do this one to scale to 0. All right, L, I'm gonna scale this one back to 100. All right, so right now we hit save. So when I click on this one, then I make sure that I need to set copy this one to true. Okay, so set copy to true. So right now when I copy this one, so you can see it's gone right here. Great. So right now we need to show the user that the copy is done, and then we need to import the icon. So I'm going to import one icon from React icon as well. It's going to be from the IO file right here. This is going to be IO checks mark outline. Okay. And now we can do the same thing for this one. Okay, so right now when we click on this one, so you can see one is gone, and we can have this check right here, and we want the check right here to appear if the copy is complete as well. Okay, so for that, I think we can do something like this on transition end. I think it's probably right here on transition end. So then I can copy this one, because this one it do not give me intelligence. And so we can do something like this. So when on transition end, you can do if on copy. All right, if on copy, gonna set done to true. Okay, great. So right now we can give the class name of this one. All right, so class name, and I'm gonna use the CN as well. And for this one, let's do the cursor of this one to pointer, transition to all, and the width to 5, and height this one to 5 as well. And we're gonna do text green to 500. And this one we're gonna do if on done. We want to scale this one to 100, and else we want to this one to scale to 0. Let's scale to 0, and then we do something like this. Okay. So right now, if we click on this one, so you can see that it show the user that it's complete, but also we want to go back into the copy. So for that, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna do on transition end, and right here we're gonna do set timeout, and then right here we can call this one for, let's say, 500 millisecond, and then we can reset everything. So we're gonna set on copy to fall, and we're gonna set done to fall as well. Okay, so right now if I click here, there's an animation, it will pop back, as you can see. Nice. Right now make sure that the function copy is good. Great. So right now our function is complete. So let's actually test this one. We go to edit, add image URL, add a random title right here, and click on preview. We should be able to see this one. And so whenever we type, we should see this one. Actually make sure that the this one. Okay, so right now we have one problem, that this is overflow, so we can fix this one, so then we can complete our editor right here. So for that, let's go into the block form, which is create right here. I believe if we scroll down, we can go down to Markdown preview right here. This is where it is. I think the px10 right here is not necessary, so I can remove this one. And for this one, I'm gonna do the overflow y to auto. So right now, if we go back here, as you can see right now, we can be able to scroll this one as well. So we want to have the same height as this one, so when the user type, they can see this one immediately. Okay. All right, so maybe we can add some padding between these two, so we can see it easily. So going back here and our form, I'm gonna go with the PB of this one to 10. Okay, so right now I can have this one. So when the user, when they type, so we can see this one immediately. Okay. Okay, great. So right now, if we go under preview, so user will be able to scroll something like this. Okay. All right. So right now this one is complete, and make sure we click save. We can get all the value and everything is responsive. Is it? We scroll down right here, as you can see. Okay. All right. So another thing that I forgot to do, as you can see right now, this is the JavaScript code, but we render the icon of the terminal. So one thing that we can do is to render the right icon for this one. So for that, let's go ahead inside the libs right here. I'm going to create a new folder called icons. And inside here, I'm going to create a file called index.ts. Okay. All right, great. So right here, I'm gonna export icon is gonna be equal to. So for example, this is gonna be an object of key that return an icon right here is gonna be si JavaScript. So from the React icon si right here, you have all the language you want. So for example, if we want to have React, we're gonna have to si React right here. All right. So we want a Python. So right now I'm gonna make 3 of this one. Gonna be si Python. Okay. So now we have this one. So let's use this one inside our preview right here. So first we're gonna check the match language from here. So because this match right here will take all the right here, the JS or the SH from here, is we're gonna do is match is gonna be equal to icons dot has. So we need to import the icon first. So the icon here has own property, and this one is gonna be icon. Okay. No. This one is going to be match index 1. All right, great. So right now we can check if this match right here is one of the key property. So we can change our icon from here. It's going to be equal to icon. It's going to be equal match index 1. But we need to cast the type of this one. It's going to be key of type of icons right here. All right. So right now we hit save this one. We click on preview. You can see this render with the right types. So for example, if I change this one to Py, and it will also change this one to Python as well. Great. All right, so the next thing is for the image URL right here. If I type just a random string and I click on preview, this is going to fail because this is invalid URL. The next image is going to crash. So to fix this one, we can first not enable user to click on preview if the image URL here is invalid. Okay. So to do that, we can do not form.get field state. And the field state right here is going to be image URL. We're going to do this in invalid. Okay. So right now, if this is invalid, we cannot click on preview. All right. So the next thing is that, for example, right now, if I try to put an URL right here, click on preview, this is still not support because right now our image is support only from the Flash only. So to fix this one, we can come back here inside our form schema, and then we can write some validation code for this one. Okay, so for that we can do refine, and then we can have data, and this data we can get the URL is going to be data dot image URL. Okay, so maybe this one is going to be image URL, and for this one we're going to do try and catch of this one. So if we catch this one, if it's going to be fail, if there's an error, and this one we're going to have to get the URL. So it's going to be URL is equal to new URL with the image URL we have here. All right. So right here, we're going to check if. So or we can just return the URL dot hostname is equal to the one that we going to add right here. So right here, this is a host name that we support. So this is the image that we support only. So if you have another support image host, so you can add the include instead of equal right here. All right. So right now we need to pass the message for this one. It's going to be the message right here. We can say currently we are support only the image from Unsplash. All right, and then we need to specify the path for this one as well. So the path for the message is going to be image URL. All right, so right now if we try to go here, you can see we validate this URL and see that this is not from the Unflash image, and then this is going to fail. But when we use the image from the Unflash right now is support, and we can see this one. All right, great. So right now look like our block form is complete. So right now the next step that we're going to do is focus on getting this one and save to our database. All right, so now we're going to create a table to store the block content, and so for that I'm going to create a new table called block, and this one is the ID is going to be UID, and this one is going to be the title of the block. We're going to have more column right here. So the next one is going to be the image URL, and we're going to do this one is premium, and another one is going to be is publish. So that's pretty much it. So now we're going to give the type of this one. This is going to be a text. This is going to be a text as well. This one is going to be the boolean, and by default this one I'm going to choose false. And for is published right here, let's go with the default value. So this one is going to be boolean as well, and the default value is going to be true. And for this one, it's not nullable. Everything here is not nullable. All right. Okay. So right now, let's save this one. So we're going to create another table is to hold the block content. So as you can see, we have this one, it's just a block information. Another one is going to be the block content. And then this one is we're gonna do the one-to-one relationship. So that's why we have the block ID here. And this one is gonna be type UID. And this one will be linked to the block table, an ID. We do cascade. If we delete the block, we will delete the block content as well. And right now we're gonna have only one field. This one is going to be the content, and the type of this one is going to be text. Okay, so the reason that I split this one, because the content here we're gonna protect it only admin or subscription user be able to read on some posts, and some posts is available. That's why we can do this, and then we can prevent user from reading this content. But the title and the cover and things like that, the user can easily read this one. Okay. All right, so now we have this one. So the next thing that I wanted to do is I want to generate all the types here from Supabase inside our project. All right, so to do that, we can follow this documentation. So the first one, we're gonna install Supabase inside our project. So go into our terminal and install this one right here. And as you can see, this is in Dev dependency only. So the next thing that we wanted to do is to log into our Supabase. So right here, we're gonna do login. So when you log in right here, so it will prompt you to the Supabase dashboard, and you can just copy this link and then you can paste it right here. So right here, you can generate a new token for this one. I'm going to give the name this one, testing 02. And right now you have this token, and then you can just copy and paste and use it to log in. Please don't copy my access token. All right. So the next thing is we're going to run this command right here. Right now we can just paste. So this one is going to need the project ID. So this is where we can get it from the Supabase dashboard, come to API, and this is the reference ID. And so you can paste it right here. And this is where we can tell them to where it's gonna write this type. So for this one, I'm gonna give into the lib/type Supabase. So right now, let's create inside this folder, let's create a type, and then just press enter right here. All right, so yes, we can just run. So right now it will generate the type. So if we go back here, we have the Supabase right here. Very nice. All right, so when that's done, right now we're going to inside the app right here. So if you look at this component right here, this is create a component. But if we go back into our dashboard, this component will be responsible for edit as well. So for that, we're going to make this component reusable, and we can use both in for create and edit. So for that, let's go inside our app dashboard block and create right here. So I'm going to copy and paste everything right here. And then inside the component right here, I'm going to create another component called the blocks form .tsx right here. So right now I can just paste this content and we can have everything right here. All right. So right now we hit save this one. So another thing that I wanted to do, I want to cut the schema, the form schema here into another separate file. So let's go ahead and do this one inside our dashboard, create another folder called schema. And this one is going to be schema.index.ts. Okay. And then we can just paste this one. And right here, we need to come back and import our sort right here. I'm going to cut this one. And we can paste. I'm not going to cut, I'm just going to copy only. All right, so right now when we have this one, so we can export this one. And for this one, I'm going to export the schema type for this one as well. As of now, we can come back and fix this one. Let's save. And then you can see where it is wrong. So instead of this one, I think for this one, we can change to block form schema. All right. So right now we copy this one and we change this one to block form schema. And then we can do this. This one will auto import for you. And then we're going to change everything from here. Okay. So the next thing is I'm going to create this type of this form. So I can just copy this one. And so we can export block form schema type is going to be equal to this one. Okay, so this one is going to be export type. All right, so right now we have this one, and then the next thing that we're going to do when we call this fun block form right here, we're going to pass the function to handle submit. So we're going to replace this content right here. Okay, so right now we're going to do handle submit, and this will be a function. and the function. So let's keep a type of this one, and this one is going to be going to pass the data, and that's going to be return boy, and the data right here that we're going to pass is going to be the type of block form type. Okay, so right now let's call the handle submit right here, and then we're going to pass it right over here. Okay, so this one we're going to pass the data to here. Okay, so right now we have this one. So let's go back inside our page right here. I'm going to remove everything, and then I'm going to do this one, and then this one we're going to do the block form, and we need to transform our create page into the use client. Okay, so right now the block form will need our handle, so we're going to do handle create, and then for this one we're going to return, and then we're going to pass the handle create to handle submit right here. We're going to pass our function handle create right here. Okay, so right now this function will accept data, and then this data is going to be the block form types. And then let's go back in here, so I can cut this task right here, and then we can just paste it right over here, and I hit save on this one, and this one we can just control click, and then we can see this auto import for me. Okay, so right now we make sure that this thing is going to work. Do this one. So right now let's add the title of this one, test 01, and the image URL, and then we're going to do add some content here. Okay, right, so right now form is not valid. Maybe let's refresh this one. So let's add again image URL, and this one. Okay, you can see this is valid. So when we hit save, you can see this task right here, it's coming from this one. Great. All right, so right now we're gonna create the action to handle the create right here. So for that, I'm going to go inside of a lib. I'm gonna create another folder called actions, and inside action right here, I'm gonna create a page called block.ts. Okay, so right here we're gonna create use server, and right here we can create the Supabase client. So for that, we can follow this documentation. You can go into the server client right here, and right now you can just copy and paste this one right here. All right, so we can call create right here, Control C, Control V. Right now we need to import this one, and then we need to import the cookie as well. So I'm gonna import this one, and then we're gonna call this one right as well. Okay, so right now the Supabase is ready. So next we're gonna create a function, export function. This is gonna be the async function, and this one is gonna be create block. All right, so the create block right here will accept data, and the type of this one is gonna be block form schema type. All right, so the first function that we're going to create, see now we have two tables, so we're gonna insert two block table first. So for that, let's go so we can call Supabase dot from. So right now, since we imported the type from Supabase as well, so we can use it right here. So we can do database. So this one, as you can see, it comes from the Supabase. So right now, if we can use it right here, we can see the give us intelligence of the table that we have inside here. All right, so right now we have this one, so we can use from block, and then we're gonna do dot insert, and then we're gonna pass the data right here. So I think the data that we have here is going to be wrong, because from the blog post right here, we do not have the content field right inside this table. So this is going to fail. So right now, let's try to exclude the data, the content. So the way that we do that, we can do something like this. So right now we have the content, and this one is going to be the excluded key. And then we can spread this one into a new one, and then it's going to be data. Okay, so right now we have this data. So if you hover on this one, you will see that right now there's no content. So then we can use this one inside here. So right now we can do the await on this one. So when we insert on this one, we need to select this one back, and this one is going to be the ID, and this one is going to be a single as well. Okay, all right, so right now we can have the result block, and right here we can check if there's an error or not. So for this one, we can do result block dot error. If we have this one, we're gonna return immediately. So when we return this one, we're gonna do JSON stringify result block. Okay, so if we do not have any error, so we're gonna do another insert for another table. So for this one, is going to be the block content. All right, and then when we insert into this one, we're gonna insert the block ID with the result data.id that here, and then we can do this, and another one is going to be content, which is going to be data.content. All right, so then we can do this. So this one is going to be just a result. All right, and right here we do not have to select anything back. So right here, the one thing that we need to do, we can just return directly json.stringify, and then we can have the result right here. Okay, great. So right now we have this one. So the next thing is like this one, we're gonna do revalidation as well. So but for now we can keep it as, we can come back later. So we're gonna have this function. Let's go back inside our page right here, and then we can call this one. So I'm gonna call create block, and we're gonna pass the data, and we can call the await right here. So right here we're gonna have, we need to use an async. Okay, so right here we're gonna have the type of this one, so we gonna be result, and then we can get the result from here. It's gonna be error, and then we're gonna do json.pass is gonna be result right here. Okay, so this is what we wanted to do. Great. So right now we have this error. We can check if any error dot message, if we have an error from this one. So we're gonna toss the user an error. If we do not, we're gonna toss the user something else. So as of now, for successfully, we can just toss the user successfully created. Okay, successfully created. I think we can have the block title right here, data.title. And if we fail, so we can just display right here the error dot message. Okay, so right now maybe we can this one, we can do fail to create block. Great. So right now let's actually test this one. So this one is going to be test and the image URL with this one, and right now let's give the fake content. So you can see we have this enabled. So let's click on this one. So you can see we have this error. Very nice. So this is the error from row security level. So for that, we need to fix inside our table right here. All right, so right now we're gonna add the policy to this one. So for that, we can go to block. As you can see, there's no row security level. So for the block content right here, for read, I'm gonna allow everyone to read. The reason is that the block here can be free. So the user can come into our page and read the free block. But some content, if it's premium, we cannot allow them. But if it's free, so they can read. So that's why for block, I'm allow everyone to read. So I'm gonna review and save this one. So, but for the block title, but for block content, such as the title and things like that, we allow only the admins only. So to do that, we can create a function, so then we can do this easily. So the function that we're going to do, I'm gonna create a new function called isAdmin. All right. So for isAdmin right here, it's gonna return booleans, and then we're going to do begin and end. Right, so for this one, we can select from user where, I think not select star, we can just select a role from user table. Okay, so where role ID is going to be equal to auth.uid. Okay, so right now we have this one, so then we can return this, and then we can do equal this one to admin. All right, I think this is going to be a single quote only. Okay, so right now we have the semicolon, and then the next thing we can security this one, and then we can add the security definer right here. Okay, so right now let's hit confirm on this one. So right now we have this as admin. So we can come back here, go to policy, new policy, and for insert here, and then use this template, and then we can just call function isAdmin. And right now let's hit, and this one, let's hit review and save policy. So another thing that I forgot to mention is that there's two ways you can call to this one. One way for this admin right here, if you look, we can read it from the user table, or you can read it from the auth table inside the session as well. So either way, it's fine. So this is, yeah. All right. So right now we can come back here. We can add another policy to our block content right here. So for this one, for read this one, as of now, I'm gonna only allow to admin only to read the block content. Okay. So, and then authentic, I think probably we do not need authenticated. And then this one, let's save. Oh yeah, I think for the insert for block content, I think for select. Okay, this in select. Another one for the insert. So for insert right here, you need to be authenticated and you need to be an admin as well. Okay, so right now let's hit save this one. Okay, so right now everything should be fine. So if we go back inside our block, if we going to save right here, we should be able to success created test right here. Great. So right now, if we going back to our table and going back here, we can see we have the block content, which is this one, and then we can have also insert to this one as well. All right, great. So right now we finish with the insert. So another thing before we finish this one, so right now if I try to post again, so we should have some animation to the user to know that this is being doing that. All right, so for that, let's go inside the block form. And then, so right here, we can do the transition. So we're going to do is pending, and then we're going to do start transition is equal to use transition. Okay, so use transition. Oh, no. I think let's import it from React right here. Do we have this one? Okay, we do not have yet. So let's type this one. It's going to be use transition, and this one has come from React. So we can just do like this. Nice. So right now when we have this one, we can call this one from here, and then this handle submit, we can paste it right here. So right now for is pending, we can go into our save function. So our save right here, we can give a class. So right now I can wrap around this one, and then we have a CN class. So right now we have this one. So when is pending, so we can do like animation spin, and for this one is pending. Okay, so we hit save this one. So you can see right now it's not spinning. So but when we type on this one, let's say I'm going to do test 03 image URL, and then we're going to do something here. So when I hit save, so you can see we spin this one. So right now we spin the whole thing, and then I think we can just do this one for the BS only. I think for now I'm going to keep as it is. Great. So right now, the next thing that we wanted to do when we save this one, we want to redirect user back to the dashboard right here. So for that, we can go to the page, and then we can use this router. It's going to be use router. Make sure that you import from use navigation, this one right here. And right now, we make sure that this is application we use with the hook. So we have this router, and then we can call router.push to the dashboard. Right now, let's test again, test 4. And then we have this image URL, and then we have the title, a content right here, and then we hit save. Okay, so right now you can see we redirect to this one, but this one is still static. So let's work on read on this one. Okay. All right. So right now let's work on render this list right here. So for that, we can go into our block component and inside the block table right here. So this is where our table. So for that, we need to render our list right here. So then we can go into our action, which is going to be block action. We can create another function to do this. So this function is going to be export function. And then the name of this one is going to be read block. Okay. So right now we don't have to pass anything. So for this one, we can just call return Supabase dot from block. And then we're going to do select of this one is going to be star. And then we can do order of this one. And the order is going to be by created at. And I'm going to do the ascending to true. Okay, great. So right now we have this block. So let's use this one inside here. So then we can transform this function to the server action. And then we can call read block. And right here we can do the await. And then we can have the data. And the data is going to be the blocks. Okay, great. So right now we have this one. Let's actually use this one and render our list right here. So to do this, we're going to do block dot map. Now we're going to have block, and then we're going to index. So we can just return this one. So I'm going to return at this one. And then we're going to have the key is going to be equal to index as well. Great. Right now you can see since we create 4 blocks, we should have this one. So then we can just change from the block title right here to the block dot title. And the is premium right here is going to be block dot is premium. And this one is going to be block dot hit publish, and voila. So right now we should be able to see this one. Great. So right now the next thing that we're gonna do is to work on the delete first, and then we can come back and update this to later. Okay. All right. So right now we're gonna work on delete right here. So what we want to do is when the user click on delete, we don't want to delete immediately. What we want is when the user click, we're gonna pop up the dialog alert and ask the user to confirm that they want to delete it or not. All right. So to do that, we're gonna go into our block table, and this is where our action is. So as you can see, this is we're gonna do the action, and the action is gonna delete button. And for that, I'm gonna transform this one into the alert instead. So for that, let's go into dashboard and component. I'm gonna create this one. It's gonna be delete alert.tsx. Okay, to OFC, and then we can cut this one, and then I'm gonna paste it inside here. Okay, so right now we can auto import this one, and then we can auto import this one as well. Great. So right now we have this one, and for this one we need the block ID that we want to delete, and then I'm gonna have the block ID type of is gonna be string as well. Okay. So right now we can cut this one, and then we can call it from here, and this one is gonna be a block ID, and then we're gonna pass the ID right here. So make sure we auto import from here, and inside here we're gonna have the ID, and the ID is gonna be a string. Okay. So right here we can get an ID equal to block.id. All right, so let's hit save this one, and if we refresh this one, make sure that everything is working fine. Great. So the next thing is we need to go back inside the chat CN, and you can search for the alert dialog, which is right here, and we're going to install this one. I'm going to choose npm, open your terminal, and paste this one right here. Okay. So right now, let's go back inside here so we can copy the code that we have here. So this is the first, we're going to import this one. And the next thing is we're going to copy everything from here. And then I'm going to put it right here. So right now we can cut this button, and we can use it as an open right here. So I'm going to replace this one right here. Okay. So right now let's hit save this one. Let's go back inside our block table. And if we refresh this one, make sure that everything is okay. So right now let's click on delete, so you can see this is the confirm dialog. So right now we're going to implement the continue right here. So when the user click on this one, we're going to delete the block. Right now, instead of doing this one, I'm going to use the form instead. And the form right here, we're going to have another button called continue as well. Okay, so right now if we refresh this one, we have this one, and then we call this one. So for this one, let's create another function called on submit function. Oops, not this one. And then let's call this on submit right here. So, and then we can call the on submit right here. And then for this one, what I'm going to do use client instead. Okay, so right now I hit save, and make sure we do this one. Okay, great. So right now we can call our function to delete inside right here. So for that, let's go back inside our block action and create another function to delete. And right here, I'm going to do delete block by ID. And then we're going to have our block ID right here, which is going to be a string. Okay. So right now we're going to do select block, and this one is we're going to do delete, and we do not have to pass anything. And for delete right here, we're going to have the order, not order, but we're going to do check equal to an ID, which the block ID. Okay. So right here we can get the result, and then we can run await right here, and then we can return JSON.stringify result. Okay. Great. So right now we have this result. Let's use it inside here. So right now we're going to call delete block by ID. So delete block by ID, we can pass the block ID, and we can do the await, and then we can call an async, or we can call the use transition right here. So we're going to do is pending, and then we can start transition. I think we can go into the block form, and then we can copy that. It would be right here. I'm going to copy this one, paste it right here, and then import this one from React. And then we can call the start transition right here. Okay. Right now, we can cut this one and use it right here. And then for that, we can have an async right here. Okay, so for this one, we're going to have the result. And we can pass this result is going to be, we're going to have the error. And the error is going to be JSON.pass result. Right now, we can use the toast. So for this toast, let's do the if error message. I think we can call it from page create, and it was the same thing. So we can copy this one, come back here, and then we can paste this one, and just we need to import this toast right here. All right, so right now this one is failed to delete with the message, and then successfully delete this one, and we do not have anything. We just successfully delete block, and then like voila. So right now we do not have to do anything. So also inside our block action right here, we want to do revalidation pass, and this pass right here I'm going to create as a constant on this one. It is going to be dashboard equal to / dashboard. Okay, so right now we have this one. Let's use it right here, dashboard. So we revalidate the pass dashboard. Right now, let's go inside the delete alert right here. So this should be good to go. So right now we can use this one to show some animation for delete. So I'm gonna import the AI. I think this one is gonna be loading. It's gonna be outline 3/4. I think maybe I can import it from here first. So it's gonna be import React icon / AI. And this one is going to be AI outline loading and 3/4 right here. Okay. So right now we can come back here, and then we can fix this one. Okay. So, and then this one we're going to give a class name, and we can do some animation, and then we can do toggle here. Okay. So right now if I click on the lid, we can see this one, and let's do some styling for this. It's going to be class flex bottom center. The gap of this one is going to be 2. And for this one, what we're going to do is we're going to check if it is pending. Okay, so it's going to be animation spin, and I think okay, we're not doing like this. So the animation spin should be outside right here with a comma, and then right here we're going to go with hidden and is pending. Okay, so we hit save this one. So this one should be not pending. All right, great. So right now we have this one, and this function is being called to this one as well. Okay, so right now let's actually call to delete this one. So when I call on this one, so you can see, okay, right now it's not being updated at all. So if we refresh this one, okay, I think maybe for this one, as of now, I'm gonna do prevent default. This one is going to be e.prevent default on this one to test this out. And let's do delete again. So make sure we refresh, and we can click on delete and click on this one. So you can see successfully delete. And but why we still here? I think we forgot to implement the functionality for this one. So if you go to block and active right here, and inside here, we're going to create a new policy for the delete. And for the delete right here, we're going to do is admin only. Okay. So if it is admin, we're going to do delete and hit save this policy, and come back here to this one. Right now, let's do delete on the task 4. Okay. So delete. So right now, as you can see, delete here is gone. All right. Make sure we have the refresh. Under delete 3, click on delete, and you can see delete is gone as well. Great. So right now let's fix this one. I think for now we can just do the type of this one as any. Okay. Let's do it again. Make sure everything is working as expected. Okay, great. So right now we have everything. The delete is complete. So right now let's work on the update is premium and the publish right here. All right. So to do this one, so we need to transform this one into the switch form. And so for that, let's go into the component inside your dashboard, block component right here. Let's create another function called switch form.tsx. Okay. Right now, let's use this one. So this one is going to wrap around a form. So we're gonna have a form, and this one need to be the client component as well. So for that, I'm gonna use client, and inside here we're gonna have the switch component, and which is this one. So then we're gonna have the check value, and the check value right here is going to be come from props right here. So we're gonna have the check, and the check right here. I think let's do this one. Oops, and give a type of this one. Okay. So right now let's do check, and this one is going to be boolean. This one needs to be comma. Okay. So right now we can use this checks right here. Okay. So I'm not sure why this checks any type. We need to do this one, not the comma. Okay, great. So right now we have this, and the type of this one is going to be submit type. So it means whenever we toggle this one, it will trigger the form. And the form right here, we're going to do on submit as well. And then when we on submit this one, so we're going to call the on submit. And then we can call this one. So right here, we can call to the server action, and then we're going to do toggle and switch like that. So for that, this one, we're going to create a function to toggle. So on toggle, and this one is going to be on toggle, which is we gonna pass this one, and return of this one is going to be a promise string. Okay, promise string. So why would I do this one? So if you look at the our block action, so for example this one, it will return as a promise string. So when we update, we're gonna do the same thing. So we're gonna return to this one. Okay. So that's why I'm gonna call it right here. So inside here, I can just call the toggle right here as well. And so for this one, we can do the same thing, and we can just do, we can get access. This one is gonna be JSON.pass this one, but we need to do the await first. So for that, we can do the await, and then we're gonna have the result right here. And the result right here, we can check if the result, I think we can destructure from this one, it's gonna be an error. And if we can check if the error dot message, if there's an error dot message, so what we're gonna do, I think probably we can do not, and then we're gonna do task. I think let's go ahead and inside the delete alert, and we can copy everything that we have here. Okay, I'm gonna copy this one, and we do, and then we can do the same thing for here. So let's do this one, and this one failed to update. So right here you can see we have two of this one, right? So we need to know which one are we updating. So that's why we can pass the name of this one, and the name is going to be a string. Okay, so right now we have this name right here. So right here we can just fail to update plus name, and then successfully update also plus name as well. All right, so this should be good to go. So right now let's copy the switch right here, and let's go into our block table, and we're gonna replace this one right here. So for this one, let's do the switch form, and the switch form right here, we're gonna have the value check of this one, and another one is going to be this one right here, and let's hit save. Voila. All right, so right now look like we have a problem. Okay, I think I forgot to add this one. Let's save, and we have a name right here. It's going to be premium, and another one is going to be publish. Okay, publish. Okay, all right, so block premium, and then this one block is publish, not premium. So you can see we have this one. So right now let's create a function to handle this one. So for that, let's go to block first, and then we're going to create a function to update by ID. Okay, update block by ID. We're going to have the block ID, and another one is going to be data, which is going to be block type schema type right here. And this one, instead of delete, we're going to update, and then we're going to pass our data right here with the ID that we have. And so once we do that, we're going to have result, and we revalidate, and we return as well. Okay, great. This should be good to go. So we can copy this one, and then we can come back here. So we can call this function. We're going to create this one right here. So this one is going to be update premium is going to be equal this one, and then we're going to pass this one. We're going to do bind, not this one, bind, and then we're going to do null. We're going to have the block.id, and another one is going to be is premium. I think we need to import from here first, and then we're going to do is premium is going to be block.is premium. Okay, so and then I think we can cast the type. It's going to be block type schema. All right, so we can copy this one. We do another thing. It's going to be publish. This one is going to be is publish with the block is published as well. Okay, let's hit save this one, and then we can pass this one to the handle. So on toggle, so we can pass update premium, and then we're going to do on another toggle. So we're going to update publish. Okay, so right now if we go back, make sure everything is okay, and our switch form right here. No, yeah, this one we're going to call the on submit. So I'm going to do e of this one with any. I'm going to do e dot even default as well. Okay, great. So right now this should be good to go. And before we doing that, we need to update the policy of our table as well with the block right here. And then let's use our update. And this one is going to be checked is admin. Okay, let's hit Control C of this one, and then this one, and then authenticate, and let's hit review and save. Okay, so I see, I spelled this one. It should be is admin. This one is admin as well. Then hit save. Great. So right now we can have this one. So let's go back and try to update our block. So right now, right here, I'm gonna update this one to is publish. Okay, it seems it doesn't work. So let's go inside our block table, inside the block right here. I think we do revalidate this one as well. Okay, so for that, let's try to go into block table and see what happened. So you can see when I pass here, I see. So you can see right here, we do not pass any different value to this one. So I think this one should be not right, this one, and this one should be not right, because when we update, we want to have different value. Right now, hopefully this is going to work. Let's close this one and update this one. As you can see, it changed here. And let's do this one. Nice. So right now, let's confirm that by into our database. And as you can see, the value right here. So we get this premium true, the publish is false. And then I'm going to post this one to true and make sure this one true as well. Okay, great. So right now we be able to do this one. So the next thing that we're going to do is to work on edit right here. Okay, so for edit right here, when we click on this one, we should be go to a new page that will do the delete. So for that, let's go into our app, dashboard, block, and I want to create another folder. Inside the block right here is going to be edit, and inside here we're going to create another folder because we're gonna get the ID of the block, and then we're gonna do the page.tsx. Okay, so right now we're gonna have this page, and let's try to get the param of this ID. Get the ID. It's gonna be param, and it's gonna be params right here, and then it's gonna be an ID with a string. Okay, now let's hit save this one. Make sure we have this param. So as of now, we can get the params right here .id. Okay, great. So right now, let's go back inside our block table. And for this one, instead of doing the link, so this one we're gonna use the link instead. So for that, let's create as a link, and the href for this one is going to call into our slash dashboard slash block slash, we're gonna plus the ID that we have right here. Okay, so I'm gonna cut this one, and then we can paste this one right here. Great. So right now when I click on the edit right here, it should take me to this page, which right now is do not exist, which is weird. Okay, we're gonna have the dashboard, block, and the ID right here. I see. So right now we should go into block slash, and this one is going to be edit slash this one. Okay, So let's going back. Let's come back here. Let's click on this one. You can see right now we get a block ID. Okay, so for this one, we're going to create another function to fetch this block ID with the content of it as well. So for that, let's go into the block action, and I'm going to create another function. So this is going to be another read block. So it's going to be read block, but this one is going to be we read both the content as well. So I'm going to call this function maybe read block edit, or maybe just read block content. Okay, read block content. And for this one, we're going to add the blocks content inside here, and then it's going to be block content, and we're going to get star from this one. Okay, so right now we do not need this one, and then we're going to have an ID. So I think we can do read block content by ID. Okay, and then for this one, we're going to pass block ID, which is going to be a string, and we're going to select this one. It's going to be equal to an ID with the block ID that we wanted to read, and then we're going to do dot single right here. Okay, so right now we have this one, so let's call this one inside our page and make sure to transform this one into the server action. So we're going to do server action, and then let's call this one. Let's fetch this one. We're going to do a wait right here, and then we're going to have the block. We're going to have the data. Right now, let's actually try to display this data. This is going to be JSON.stringify data. Okay, so okay, we need to import this function right here. So let's do this. Let's hit save, and this one need to param dot ID. Okay, now let's hit save. This one, okay, so look like this one. So let's going back inside our block action. So maybe let's refresh this one. Okay, invalid cookie, expect to request an async, none available. But this function is async, right? So you can see, and why it say like that. So right now, let's make sure everything is worked out. Try to run this one again, and click on open this one. Okay, so I'm not sure why it said like that. Maybe let's try to restart server and make sure everything work out. And let's have this one. Refresh this. Okay, so it looked like the cookie here is fail, and I'm not sure why we have that as well. So I think one of the reasons that it's failed, maybe we need to call Supabase right here in each individual function, I guess. So right now, let's actually test this out. So when let's say if I call this one inside this one instead, and then okay, this is now weird. So right now, let's cut this one, and let's call it right over here. Okay, so right now I'm gonna try to do this one, and let's try to uncomment every function first. Hopefully this is not going to crash the whole application, because we're gonna focus on this page only. So you can see right now this is the problem that we come from. So we need to call this page every time so we run on it. So okay, so that's fine. So for that, I can create another inside lib right here. I'm going to create a Supabase, and the Supabase right here, I'm going to do index.ts, and we're going to do export asyncs function, not this one, asyncs function. This one is going to be create Supabase server. Okay, and right now inside here, we need to use this one as the use client, and then let's go inside here, so then we can copy and paste this one. So I'm going to cut this one. Then I'm going to cut this one right here, and going back here we can paste. Let's import this one, and let's import this one as well. Then let's import this one from the next header. Okay, we'll hit save, and this one is going to be const Supabase is equal to await create Supabase server client, and not this one. So it's gonna be create Supabase server client. And right now, okay. So, this is still weird. I think this one should be create. For this one we need to return this one. Okay, so we're gonna return, and this one we're gonna do this, and then let's import this one. Okay, so right now, let's scroll on top right here. We have this two, so let's remove this one, and let's try to refresh this one, and hopefully everything is gonna work. Okay, you import a client component, use client, so the client component. This one I do not. All right, so now everything is being weird right here. Okay, so make sure I'm gonna do this to every function, which is the Supabase right here. And let's comment this one. Gonna do this. Next, we're gonna do this as well. And also for this one, let uncommon with the Supabase. And this one as well. Oops, not that one. So this one is we need to remove this. Okay, so right now let's try to go back again and server dashboard. Hopefully this one. Okay, you import a component that needs header that only work in server component, but one of its parent is marked as use client. So the client it's a client component. So make sure that Supabase, this one, and the cookie here. All right, so right now we have this error. I see. So you can see on this one, I used to use server. I used to use client. All right, my bad. Okay, so right now we can fix everything. Hopefully we go to edit and we can fetch this data. Okay, great. So right now we be able to fetch this data. So we're gonna pass this data into the block form component, just like create. But for that, I'm going to create another component for this one. And this one is going to be the edit form. Okay, edit form.tsx, and we're gonna run this one, and then we can call this one is gonna be block form, and then we can pass the block from here. That's where being fetched. Okay, so this one right now I'm gonna do I type. Let's see. I think this block right here is gonna be block form schema. Okay, so maybe I can cast this type later. Okay, so for this one, it's need the function, right? It's gonna be on handle submit. Okay, and right now let's actually just return void this one right here, or maybe return empty. Okay, so then we can come back and fix this one later. Go back here and call the edit form, and then we're gonna pass the block right here with the data that we have. Okay, so for this block right here, this is the type of it. So for this one, I'm going to create a new type for this one. And let's go into the types. Not this one. I think I'm going to create another one. It's going to be index.yes. Okay. So this one is going to be the block detail. So it's going to be export by block detail is going to be equal to this. Okay, so right now we have this block detail, and then we're gonna have this block right here, and then we can just pass the block, and let's go inside here, and the block right here is gonna be block detail instead. Okay, let's hit save. Suppose this one is saved. So right now, if we refresh this one, they should be able to see the form to update instead. Okay. So right now, let's go into edit form. Okay, so for this one, when we pass like that, we need to make sure this one is gonna be use client instead. I think for this one, we can remove. Okay, so right now, so when we have this block, so we need to pass into the block form of the content that we have exist right here. So for that, let's go to block form, and we're gonna have the block. And the block right here, I'm gonna do as a default, and this is gonna be block detail. Okay, so this is gonna be nullable, so then in create form we don't have to pass this. So for the title right here, we're gonna do block dot title, and L of this one we're gonna do just do or empty. Okay, and for the content, it's gonna be block dot block content dot content right here. Okay, or we're gonna do empty this one. We're gonna do block dot image URL or empty. This one is gonna be block dot is premium or fault, and we're gonna do block dot is publish or true. Great. So right now we have this one. So if we try to refresh this one again, so we should have the default value of this one. But look like we do not have anything. So because we did not pass it yet, so we're gonna have the block, and then we're gonna pass the block right here. So when we hit save on this one, maybe let's refresh it again. So you can see we have a default value here with existing value. Great. So right now we can create another function to on submit, and then we can call this one. Okay, so for this one we can just copy from the create page, which is this function, and I'm going to copy the whole thing from this one right here. Copy, and then let's do this one, and then we need to import the use router, and then we're gonna import this one, a block schema, and let's go to the router, and then we import this one as well. And okay, so right now the only thing that we need to change is the function to update this one. All right, so let's create that function. So I think for that function it already exists, right? So if you go into block action, this is the one that we can use. But I think this one is only update the block table only. Another thing that we want is to update another block. So maybe we can create another function for this. It is going to be update block detail. I'm gonna do it as a block detail by ID. So we're gonna have this one. So first we're going to update this one, the block table. And the next thing that we wanted to do, if we're gonna check if result.error, we want to return it immediately. JSON.stringify the result right here. And we can change this one to result block. And this one to result block as well. And L of this one, I think let's do this. Then we can call another function to update the content. Okay, so for this one, let's go into the block content. And then we're gonna update. This one is going to be the data is gonna be content, and is going to be data.content. All right. And then the ID of this one is gonna be block underscore ID with the block ID that we have here. Okay, so and then after that we can return the result, and we revalidate the dashboard as well. Okay, let's hit save. So right here, this one is we're gonna fail because we need to exclude the key of this one as well. So for that, I'm gonna do the same thing for this and go back inside here. And for that, we need to exclude the data, and then we can just call the block right here. Okay, so right now, this one update, everything should working fine. We update the block content with the data ID right here. Okay, so right now, let's actually try this one. And this one, instead of this one, let's update this one by ID. And then we're gonna pass the data, and another one is gonna be the block.id. Okay, then we have the block right here. And let's do this. Okay, let's hit save and go into the handle. This one is gonna be handle edit, and this one we're going to call it right here. Okay. All right, so right now the error should be gone, and we have this router. This one is client. I'm not sure why we have this error right here. Let's try to maybe refresh this one. Okay, next router was not mounted. I see. If this one, we need to use navigation instead. Right now, we hit save. Everything should working fine. Right now, let's try to update with the real value. So I'm gonna copy from this value from here of this block right here. I'm gonna copy this content, come back here, and I paste this one right here, click on preview, and hopefully everything is going smoothly for us. And then we can see right here, great. And let's do update this one to publish as well. And okay, right now everything good. Let's try to update this one. Right now successfully, it's not update, I think actually this one is to be I think successfully update, right? We need to successfully update and fail to update. Let's try it one more time to update this one. Test, update it, and make this one a premium. Save. You can see test updated, and this one is premium, and we can click on edit again. As you can see, the content here is not being updated at all. All right, so let's see why this one is not being updated. I think it's probably of the policy that we have here. I see. So you go back and you go here and you come back here. And also I need to check if the block content. Okay, great. Okay. So right now let's go back in here. Let's create a policy for update. And this one we can check is admin as well. And another one is going to be is admin as well. Needs to be authenticated. And let's hit save this one. Okay, great. So right now let's going back and try to update again. I'm going to copy this content, come back here, update, click on save here. And right now you can see it's successfully updated. And if you look at our dashboard or try to edit again, as you can see, right now we have this value. Okay, nice. So right now we finish our edit. All right, so right now we're going to do is to try to do the loading for this one. So you can see right now, if the pages take so long, we can have some loading state. So for example, if I open this one in a new tab, and this because this one is really fast, so you can see, but if it's slow, we should show the user some loading. Okay, so for that, let's go inside here and the page, and inside this one, I'm going to create another one. It's going to be called loading.tsx. Okay. And right now let's do this. And okay, loading React component in the dashboard. Let's hit save to make sure everything is okay. So right now, if we refresh this one, it will doing so fast that you can, I mean, like you cannot see this one, but it's all right. So right now let's try to do this one. I'm gonna add another div inside this one. And for loading right here, we're gonna do the animation to pulse space Y of this one to phi. And inside here, I'm gonna do not created two div. So this one is gonna be an H1. Let's do the height of this one to 10. I think maybe this one, let's just do all div. So height 10, width 56, and the BG gradient to dark. This one, and then round it to D. Okay, let's hit save, and then we can create another one. And this one is going to be with 48. I think so. This one we try to simulate this two right here. Okay, so right now we're gonna do flex item center, and then we're gonna do justify this one between. All right, so right now we're gonna have another one, another div. This div is going to have a class name, and the class name is gonna have the border height 96. And rounded this one to D, and BG of this one to gradient dark as well. Okay, BG to gradient. I think we can just copy this one since it's not giving me the intelligent. All right, great. So right now, if we refresh this one, so since this is really fast, we do not be able to see. For example, if you go into the dashboard right here in the real world, so when I click on dashboard, so you can see we have this loading right here. So this is what it's look like that we just do, but I'm not sure why this is so fast. Okay, this is just the internet. When the internet is so fast, we can just see this one instantly. Okay. All right, so that's great. So right now, the next thing that we're going to do is to work on the view right here. All right, so right now, before we work on read, so we're going to create more block. So I'm going to do test this one, 03. And then let's do image URL, and then this one just a random content. Okay, let's hit save this one. Okay, so I think we have some problem on this action that is not update. Let's go ahead inside the block action. And I think I forgot to revalidate. I see. So this one right here, we forgot to do revalidate path. So it's going to be revalidate path is going to be the dashboard right here. Okay, so right now let's go back and then try to update this one. It's going to be test04 image URL, and then we're going to do some content right here. Let's hit save. So right now you can see this is update. Great. So right now let's work on this page right here. So for that, let's go back inside of apps and go to this page. So right now we have only click button right here, and this is going to be an async page that this one is going to do a wait, read, block action, and then right here we're gonna have the data which is going to be blocked. Okay, I think I misspelled this one. Right now we can use this one to render and then actually see this block right here. So now let's do json.stringify, and we're gonna have this block. So if we refresh, so you can see we have this block content that use and build the component to render this one. Okay, so for the parent of this one, so I'm gonna give this one to width to full. We're gonna have grid of this one is going to be cols 1, but from the MD up we're going to we're gonna do grid cols 3 instead, and then we're gonna do gap to this one to phi p5, and all right. So right now let's hit save this one, or maybe we can do xl up to p0. Okay, I'm not sure why. Okay, all right, so right now we have this one. All right, great. Okay, so right now we have this one, so let's create on the links component. So this one is going to, which is going to return, I think we're gonna do map block first. So we're gonna do blocks dot map, and the map right here will return a block, and the index of this one, which is we're gonna return a div right here. And I think I can remove this one, and we can give the index of this one. I think this one is going to be key is to be equal to index. Okay, let's hit save. So right now we should have the empty, and I'm going to remove this. We don't click right here. All right, so for this one, let's give this one, I think this one should be a link instead of a div, because we can later on use this one to go into the block. It's going to be slash block, and I think should be this one, and then we're going to do plus the block.id. Okay, great. So right now for this link, let's give a style of this one. So I'm going to give the class name of this one to width to full, and we're going to have the border, and then we're going to do rounded to MD, and then we're going to do the BG gradient to dark, that was our custom one. So I believe this one right here, and let's do p5, and we hover on this one. Let's give a ring of this one to 2, and the ring is going to be green 500. Okay, and then we're going to do transition all cursor to pointer, and we're going to do space y to phi, and the first column of the grid is going to went from the LG up. I'm going to do col span of this one to 2. Okay, col span to 2, and then the first content of the grid as well from the MD up, we're gonna do col span to 3. Okay, so right now we hit save this one. Right now let's work on this one. So the first one we're going to render is going to be an image, and this one is going to import from the next image, and this one is going to be class relative, and the width of this one to full, height 72. At the from the MD up, I'm gonna give the height of this one to 64, and from the XL up, I'm gonna give the height of this one to 96. Okay, great. So right now for the source of this one is going to be block dot image URL, and the all of this one is going to be cover image. And all right, so we're gonna add the field value to this one. Let's hit save this one. So right now we should be able to see this, and let's give some style to this one. So for this one, it's going to be object cover, and then we're going to be object center, this one as well. Right, so right now you can see our image looks better. And so for this one, we can give a size to this, And this one is we can have something like this. So right now we're gonna do max width is going to be 768. So this one is gonna be pixel, and then we're gonna 100 width, and then we're gonna have another one. It's gonna be when we max width this one at 120 pixel, and then we're going to give this one 50 width, and we're gonna do the default one is gonna be set 3 width. All right, the view width. Okay, so right now everything should be fine for this one, and I'm gonna give this one to priority as well. Okay, so right now our image is done. Let's move on to another component, and for this one we're gonna have the P1, and then this one is going to be the block dot created at, but we need to cast this one into the date. So for that we're gonna do new date, and then we can wrap around the created at, and then we're gonna do to date string. All right, let's hit save this one, and we should be able to see this. Nice. And for this one, let's give a style to tech XM, and then we're gonna do tech gray to this one 400. Okay, nice. So the next one is going to be an H1 of the, this is going to be block of title, and we're gonna have the H1. And right now let's give a class name of this one to tech XL, font to bold, and then all right, so maybe we can do have this one. Okay, and right now let's have some space between these two. So for that, let's do space y to 2. Okay, so I think this is great. This is what we want, and I think that's pretty much it for this one. So we try to scale this one on the larger screen, so you can see it will have this style right here, and we get more on the larger screen. This take 2, and we have this one. So right now we can fix this one, you know, by adding different image, but I think it's fine. So another thing that we wanted to do is, so right now if I go to back to the dashboard, and if we scroll right here, okay, so I think the layout here is has some problem. So I think maybe we can fix this one later. It should not have to scroll. All right, but for this one, so as you can see right now, we have this one. So for example, if I unpublish this one and this one as well, so if we go back right here, we still see this one. So this is a problem. So for this one, what we want is like, if it is not published, we don't want the user to see this one. Okay, so we want to read here only, the publish only. And all right, so let's do that. So for that, I think we need to refactor this API and call right here. Right now, let's go to this one. And for this one, what we're gonna do equal is publish. It's gonna be is publish, and this one is going to be true. Okay, so the user will be able to read only the publish only. So if we hit save this one, so right now we should be able to see only 2 of this one. Okay, very nice. So right now that's great. So but if we go back to the dashboard, so right now at the admin have only 2 as well. So for this one, we need to fix it by create another function. I think I'm gonna create another one. This is for an admin. Okay, this is read block admin, and so then we do not have to do anything. We can just read everything from here. And right now, if we going back into the block table, and instead of read block, we can import the read block admin, and we can import right here, and then we can this one, and we hit save. So right now this one should have everything. Okay, so and then another thing that I wanted to do is I wanted to create a policy to make sure that the other user won't be able to read our post as well. So we go to block, and then go to policy, and then go to select right here. And as you can see, the policy here is true. So what I wanted to do is we want to allow only to read the publish only. So for that, let's go create another function. I think we can create another function for this one. Let's go to create a new function. I'm going to do is publish, and this one is going to return Boolean, and we're going to have the argument on this one, only one, which is going to be the block ID, and which is the type of, this is going to be a UUID. We can do begin and end this one. So we're going to return select is publish from public dot block where ID is going to be equal to the ID that we pass. Okay, I think maybe I can change this one to block ID instead, and then we can can save this one, and we can have this one right here. Okay, so right now we can control this one, and then let's return this one. Because the is published here, its a type is going to be Boolean. So right now we have to return type Boolean. Okay, make sure to go security advanced and choose to define the. Okay, so right now let's hit confirm on this one, and let's go back here, go to block, add some policy and not new policy, but inside for the select. So for select right here, we're gonna do is publish. Okay, I think maybe I misspelled the name of this one. So let's go back, and our function is publish. Okay, great. Let's go back, and then it did right here. Then we're gonna do this one, and then we're gonna pass the ID to this one. So right now we be able to read only the publish table only, and then or is admin. Okay. So right now, if you are admin, you can be able to read everything. So for now, let's say for example, if I save this one, and then let's hit review and hit save. So if we go back to our dashboard, even if an admin, based on the policy, we read only on the publish only. So if I remove this one, so you can see it's gone as well. But the thing is, like, we want to admin to read everything. So for that, that's why we need to add an or is admin. Okay, so we hit save. And then let's go back. If you refresh this one, so as an admin, I can read everything. But for on this page, we read only one post only. So that's why for another user that's not being logged in yet, they read only one. Okay. So right now, for example, I publish all of this one. And then if we going back to that same user, that right here, so this one, we can see all of this content. Okay, so right now we try to fix this layout. So you can see we have some scroll bar right here, and this one is not nice. So let's try to fix this one. So for that, let's go into the block table. Let's search for this one. And all right, so I think the first that we need to do from this SM with full, I think I'm gonna go with the SM up. We're gonna do something like this. So right now, if we hit save, so you can see this is removed by default. Great. So right now, if we come back, this is fine. And then hopefully this is fine as well. And then for the flag wrap right here, maybe I think we can do flag wrap, but when we on the larger screen from the MD up, maybe we can do flag row instead. So it will look something like this. Okay. Okay, so right now we fixed this layout. So let's go back inside this one and let's work on this one right here. Okay, so for the block detail right here, so if you're going back right to the demo, so you will see that each of this block right here is static. So the moment that you click, it will instantly there, because this title, this date, this image right here is static, but the content here is going to be dynamic. We're going to fetch this one on the client, because this content right here, some content will be shown to the user if it's subscription, and some content need the user to do subscription like that. So that's why this will be automatic. But if you can see, most of this content right here will be static. So we want to make this page static. So right now the problem with Supabase is that we cannot create the static using the Supabase client. So in order to work around this one, we can create an API to fetch the data, and then we can call it later inside our page. All right. So to do that inside our app right here, I'm going to create another folder called API, and then we're going to do /route right here. I think maybe we can do API block, and inside here, we're going to have the route pass inside. Okay. Okay. So right here, we're going to write the function. So I'm going to export async function, and this is going to be the get request. So we can do something like this, and right here we're going to have the request param, and then we're going to have the request right here. Okay, so right here we can create a Supabase client. So for that, let's go into the login form, and I can copy this one. Let's save this one, paste. So for this one, I'm going to use from create client instead. So create client, and this is also from Supabase as well. All right, so right now we have this one. So the next thing is we're gonna have the search parameter, so we can use inside this API. So it's going to be new URL is going to be request.url. All right, so right here we can get the search param, And so right now for this API right here, we're going to fetch for individual block. So you can see we use this one to fetch for individual block, right? So for that, let's get an ID from this one. So let's do count ID is going to be equal to search param dot get ID. Okay. And then we can do if ID. So another thing that I want to, for this API, I want to read all the block as well from this one. And so for that, let's go if we're gonna give the ID to star. So it means we're gonna read all of the ID from this one. So for that, let's do const result is going to be equal to await Supabase dot from. This is going to be block. So if you want to have intelligent, you can do this one. We can have the database type. And then inside here, you will have the intelligent. So right now we're going to do block. And then we're going to do select this one with an ID. And then we're going to limit this one only to 10s only. Okay. So not this one. And then we're going to return response.json. And we're going to spread all the result that we have here. Else, so if we have ID, so if ID, so if we have an ID, okay. So and then so right here we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna call to this one, and then for this one we're going to not select, we're gonna select this one star, and then we're gonna do dot equal this one with an ID that we have, and then we're gonna do dot single. Okay, so right here we're gonna select from the block and this one. Okay, great. So right now we're going to return the same result. If we do not pass anything, we're going to just do response.json right here, and then we're going to do pass something like this. Great. So right now we have this one, so we should be able to see. So if I go to localhost /API/block, and I'm going to give an ID of this one. Let's say, for example, I'm going to keep star. And if we search, so as you can see, we have all of the data that we have right here. Great. So right now we can use this one inside our page. So for that, let's create a new page inside our apps. And let's go inside here. I'm going to create a new page. This one is going to be block. And this is going to be dynamic. So we're going to have an ID of the block. And then we're going to have page right here. Okay. So for this page, we're going to do OFC, and right now we can get the param from this one. It's going to be params, and we can give a type of this one. It's going to be params, and we're going to have the ID, which is going to be a string. Okay, so right now we can call the fetch right here. So right now I'm going to have this one as an async, and right here we're going to do the await fetch. This is going to go into the site URL. So for that, let's go inside the env dot this one. I'm going to create another one. Is going to be site URL is going to be equal to HTTP 3000. Okay, so when we deploy to production, this one we should be changed to this some URL something else. Okay, I think maybe we do not need pass double quote. Right now we have the site URL, so we can fetch this one. So we're going to do process.env.copy just only this one. All right, so and then we're gonna do plus this is going to be API/block, and then we're gonna give an ID to this one. Okay, so right now we're gonna do ID equal to params.id. All right, and then I think we need to do plus right here. Okay, so right now we have this one, so we're gonna do dot then. And right here, we're going to have the rest, and then we can respond the rest.json right here. And right here, we're going to have the data. All right, so data, and this data will be a block content. All right, so right now, let's actually use this one inside here and try to do json.stringify block. Right now, if we go back right here, if we try to navigate to this page, which is not this one, which is this one. So if we navigate right now, as you can see, we have this data right here. Really nice. So right now we'll be able to fetch this one. So let's use this one to render our page. So for that, I'm going to give the class name of this one to max width to 5XL, a max to auto, min height of this one to screen, and PT to 10. And we're going to do the space Y of this one to 10 as well. Okay. All right. So right now, look like we have this one. It's all right. So we can fix this one later. So right now inside here, I'm going to have the H1, which is going to be the block title. And all right, so you can see we have this one, which is really nice. And another one is going to be the block.created@. Okay. And then we need to cast the type of this one into the date type. So for that, let's go into new date. And then we can do something like this. And then we're going to do .to date string. All right. Great. So another thing, I think maybe for this one, we can create the type for this one so then we can access this one easily. So for that, let's go into the libs and then let's go into our types right here. And this is for the block detail. I think for another one is going to be create the iBlock types. So I'm going to create the iBlock. And for the iBlock, we'll have only this value only. Okay. So maybe we can do null. So we have this one. So let's go to iBlock. And then we can cast this type, which is going to be as data, which is going to be iBlock. Okay. So right now we can do with the not operator right here. Okay. So this one we can do or with the string. Okay. Great. So right now let's give the style of this one. So for this one is going to be class name tag to 3XL. Font of this one is going to be bold. And for this one, it's going to be class to tag to SM. And I'm going to give this one to tag gray 400. And let's give a space between these two. So I'm going to do from SM PX to 10. And then for space, it's going to be Y to 5. Okay. Okay. So right now, we should be able to see this. And great. Okay. So next, we're going to render the image of this one. So we can have this div. So this one is going to be width full, height to 96, and we're going to do relative. And so we can render our image right here. So we can have our image, and this one is going to be priority. I think we can just copy the image from our page right here. So if we go to our page, we should be able to have this one. Just copy this, and we're going to replace this one right here. And this one we can just do like this. So right now, we should be able to render this image. Nice. And for this one, let's give the class name of this one. I think maybe this one, we can just do the slash right here. And this one is going to be rounded to MD. I'm going to give to a border to this one as well. And all right, so this is looking good. Okay, so great. So right now we want to this one only. So if we navigate here, this is going to be text 2. And this is going to be text 3. And for the block content, we're going to keep it later because the block content, it will depend on the user subscription and things like that. So for now, let's fix this one first. So if you go into the dashboard and try to update this one, it won't work. So for example, if I come back here to edit, and this one is going to be, I'm going to test one instead. And right now, let's hit save this one. And if we try to navigate back, so as you can see, for this one, it's read from database on runtime, so it's fine. But if we navigate here, this is still updated. So whenever we're gonna change, when we make edit to anything, so we need to revalidate that pass as well. Okay. So for that, let's go into the edit block right here. So it's gonna be block action, and then let's go into the update. So it's gonna be update. So this one is gonna be update by ID. And another one is going to be update detail right here. So this is where we're going to revalidate. So I'm going to revalidate this one. Is going to be /block/ and then we're going to do plus the data.id. I see do we have this one? We have the block. Oh, we have the block ID right here. So we can just do the block ID. Okay. So right now, let's going back and try to edit this one. So right now, let's edit and to test one, update it, let's hit save, click on this one, we're going back, test one updated. And if we go back here, you can see the test one is being updated. So this one is we revalidate this pass. Very nice. All right, so another thing is that we're going to work on the view right here. So right now, when I click on this one, it will not navigate to the page detail. So for that, let's go into block table. And then for this one, we're going to make it as a link as well. So we're gonna cut this one, and then we can cut this one right here, place it below this one, and this one will be navigate into the block/id. Okay, so right now if I navigate into this block right here with the view, so we can see this one. Nice, great. Okay, so one more thing that I wanted to fix is you can see, so right now, for example, if I try to unpublish one of the page, so I'm gonna unpublish this one, and if I click on view this one, I be able to see this one. This is not what we want. So if this one is not published, we don't want to show the user this one. Okay, so one thing that we can do is we go into the page, the block one, and then we can check this one. If block.id, if we do not have block.id, so what we're going to do, so for now you can redirect user back to the home page, but what I'm gonna do is to return not found. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. So right now if we navigate back to the dashboard, and also I think we forgot to update the action as well. So inside our action right here, update by ID, we need to revalidate another one, which is going to be the block pass as well. Right now it's going to be /block/plus ID right here. I think the block ID should be block ID. Okay, so right now, for example, if I try to unpublish this one again, and then let's try to unpublish this one again, and try to unpublish this one as well. Let's click on view. So right now, as you can see, we do not found anything on this one. And also you can, if you have another page, you can redirect to the user, but I'm going to show the user this information. Okay, so let's try to redirect back. Let's publish this one, and let's go back and to click on view, make sure that this we can be able to see. Okay, so all right, so right now we finish this one. So the next thing, let's work on the content right here. All right, so right now let's work on the block content, this one. So for that, let's go inside here. I'm going to create a new component inside our ID folder right here. I'm going to do components, and this one is going to be block content. Okay, .tsx. And the block content right here, what I want to be with this one is going to be use client. And so this one is going to be the client. So the reason that I do not fetch this one from the server is because first we want this page to be static. All right, so if we use this one as a server component, this page will be a static page. It will be a server page. So what that means is that if it's slow, the page will be blocked if it's in the server. But if it's static, so the moment that you click, it will see it immediately. Just for example, this in this case, so for example, this page, so when you just click on this one, you will see this one immediately, and then the content we can fetch dynamically later. Okay, using on the client side. All right, so let's do that. So for this one, we can create a function to fetch from the block content table. So for that, let's go into login form, and then we can just copy this one right here. I'm gonna copy this one, and then I'm gonna import this one right here. So right now we have the Supabase, and then let's create a function to read block content. Read block content is gonna be equal to this one, and then we're gonna do await Supabase. I think I'm gonna give the type of this one, which is going to be database. All right, okay, database, great. And so for this one, we're gonna do from block content, and then we're gonna do select. This one is going to be select star from here, and then we're gonna do dot equal with the block ID. So then this one we need to pass a block ID to this one. So we're gonna block ID, and then block ID here. Type is going to be string. Okay. All right. So right now we can use this one right here, and then right here we can do the async as well. So right now for this one, we need to do dot single as well. Oops. Need to do dot single, and right here, so we should be able to have the data. So we're gonna have the data, and then we can use this data, and then we can create a state and store this one. Okay. So for that, I'm going to create the block, and then we're gonna set block is gonna be equal to use state. And this one is going to be by default, it's going to be null. And then let's give the state of this one. So for that, we can copy the type that we have here. I'm going to copy this one, and we can open like this, and then we can close like this. Okay. So this one is not like that. We can need to fix this one. Okay, great. So right now we have the set block. So then we can, after that, we can call set block with the data that we have. And this one is going to be really simple. We're going to call the Markdown preview. And then we can just pass the content right here. So the content is going to be equal to data dot, or maybe block dot content. L is going to be empty or empty. All right, so right now if we navigate back, we click on this one, and so we forgot to call this one. Let's go inside here, inside this page, and below this one we can call the block content, and then we can call this one, and then we're going to pass the block ID, which is going to be equal to block.id right here. Okay, so right now if we have this one reading undefined, this should not be undefined. Okay, so right now it seems that we do not have any block content at all. So we have this data. Okay, we do not call this function yet. So right now we're going to call this one. It's going to be use effect, and inside this use effect right here, and we should be able to do this, and we're going to read block, and this one is going to be ESLint disable next line. Okay, great. So right now, as you can see, this is the content of the block 1, and then we should be able to read this content. Nice. I think for this one, I'm going to give the class name from the SM up, we're going to do px to 10. Okay, so right now we have this one, and there you go. Okay, great. So right now we have this block content. We read this one. Okay, great. So right now let's test this one. The one thing that I want to make sure, like for example, if the user read it from this one, and if they try to fetch, as you can see, this is not be able to see, because right now this blog post right here will be able from the admin only. So if I close this one, if you're going back into our session right here, and let's go inside the blog content, and let's go into the policy of this one, and to the select, and then we can edit. So you can see this block right here is going to be read from the admin only. But one thing that we wanted to do, the block content, is we wanted to allow everyone to read if it's not published. Okay, so you can see right now, if we go into the dashboard, let's say for example one of this not premium content. So let's say if I'm toggle this one and I preview this one, and I open this, and then let's go into private and then open this one. So this user should be able to see, because this one is published and it is not premium, so anyone can read this one. So let's fix this one. So for that, we can come back into our Supabase dashboard and then try to create a new function to check if the block is premium or not. So for that, let's go inside the function and create the function is premium, and which going to return the bool, and then it's going to be begin and end this one. And right here we can return select is premium from block where ID is going to be equal to block ID. Okay, and the block ID will be an argument that we're going to pass block ID, and then this one is going to be a UID. Okay, so right now we have this one, and then we can check. Okay, so right now we can security setting and then security defined there. Okay, so right now let's hit confirm this one and make sure this is the function that I wanted to call. Let's hit confirm, and then we come back here for the block content, and then for this one right here to go into the edit, and then this one is we can be able to admin to read, and or this one is going to be not is premium. Okay, not is premium is going to be block ID that we're going to pass. And we can once again, this is be able to admin to read, or the blog post is not premium. All right, so let's go on review, let's hit save policy, and right now if we going back, so since this user is an admin, we can be able to see this one. But let's say for example, if we navigate back to this user and we can try to fetch, so you can see this user should be able to see this one as well. Very nice. All right, so let's say for example, let's try to, for this user and for the admin, try to make this one premium back. And right now if we go to view, and then if we copy this one into the private window, and as you can see right now, this is the premium content this user do not be able to see. Okay, great. So right now, one thing that we need to do some loading states, because this not give a pleasant for the user experience. So you can see, so right now, see, this is fetching, so we should be able to see some loading. So let's do that. Okay, so for that, it's going to be really simple. I'm going to do like, you know, block loading TSX right here. Let's do this one. And for this one, I'm going to go with the class name animation pulse space Y to 5 and P this one to 10. And then we're going to have a div right here with the class name of height to 10. And then we're going to do the BG to gradient, the custom gradient. So let's go with the gradient dark right here. And then we're going to go with to full, and then we're going to do rounded to empty. Okay, so right now I'm going to make a couple of this one and hit save. So right now let's go back inside the block content. We need to create a state of this one. We're going to do is loading. We're going to set loading is equal to use state, and this one is going to be false. All right, I think. And then when we fetch on this one, we're gonna set the loading to true, and then when we finish, we set loading back to false, and then we can check if loading, if is loading. So we're gonna return the block loading. Okay, block loading right here. All right. So right now, if for example we fetching this one, refresh. So this is loading. Okay, so I think maybe for this one we can just do not do this. We can just set by default it's going to be true. And so when we fetch this one, so we can see there's some loading, and then when we finish we set it to false. All right, this is great. So let's go back, refresh this one, we see some loading, and voila. Okay, so right now one thing that I want to make sure, so for example if I try to delete this one, I think the page is still there, so we need to revalidate as well. So right now let's try to copy this page and run it right here, and come back here, go to dashboard and try to delete this one. Okay, so right now, for example, if I delete this one, and if we come back, if I try to refresh, so you can see this page is still there, but instead this one should be gone, right? So for that, let's go ahead and inside the block table and go into the block action, and let's go to revalidate as well. Let's go for the function to delete. So let's search for delete. Okay, so delete by ID, and we can do revalidate this one as well. All right, so right now let's see where we can revalidate as well. So everything I think is to revalidate now. Great. So right now let's actually try to test this out again, test everything. So for now, if I go here and let's go inside the page, so right now we have nothing, so we do not. And so for that, let's go to dashboard, let's create a new block. So for this one, let's go, I'm going to copy the content from this one, and then let's go into dashboard, edit, and then I'm going to copy the content from this one. Right now, let's go here, I'm going to do test one image URL from unflash, and I'm going to paste this one, and I'm going to make this one is available for everyone. So I'm going to publish, and right now let's try to create another one, which is going to be test2, the URL, and then we're going to do the same thing, and this one I'm going to set to premium. Okay, so right now the test one here is going to be available for everyone. So let's click on view this one, and okay, so you can see we'll be able to see, since this is not a premium, so which means if I try to go to navigate this to this user that do not log in and things like that, this user should be able to see the content as well. Great. And if you go back here, this content should be able to see two of this one as well. But for the first one is they can see, but the second one is they cannot, because this is a premium. So later on we're gonna update this one with more information to the user to subscribe with Stripe. Okay. All right, great. So right now this premium thing is working fine. So let's close this one. But let's go back inside our dashboard. So right now let's try to delete this premium right here. So and then make sure that these pages do not exist. So for example, if I can keep this one right here and save. So let's come back here and try to delete this page right here. So right now if I try to delete, and right now it's gone. So as you can see, if we can come back here So for the moment, this user is still safe, but if they refresh this one, you can see the page is not found. And you can see if they navigate here, the page is gone as well. Great. So right now we be able to do this one and be able to edit, make sure the edit is fine. Let's go into the edit, test 20, this one. Let's hit save, click on view, and we can see we have this one. And let's try to edit the block content as well. So for example, adventure, I'm gonna do edit it. And let's hit save. And let's go on view, so you can see this is edited. Great. So right now, most of our functionality has been done, and also for this one as well. So the next thing that we're going to do is to work on the premium content for the user to subscribe with Stripe. Okay, all right, so right now we're gonna let the user to subscribe with Stripe. So for that, as you can see, this user do not log in yet and they navigate to the premium post. So for that, we need to display them the information that they need to do is to check out and call to Stripe and then submit, and then we'll come back to this page. So for that, let's do it. So right here, you can come back into the component. I'm gonna create another folder called Stripe, and inside this one, I'm gonna create a new component called checkout. Okay, and then we're going to do the snippet, and then we can call this one inside our block page, which is going to be the block content, and then we can check this one if there's no block.content, and then we're going to return the user to check out. Okay, so right now let's do check out component, and we can run this one, and then we can do control dot, and this one will do auto import for you. Okay, so right now we should be able to see this checkout component, and if we head back, okay, right now you can see we have checkout. Nice. So for this one, let's build this one. So this is going to be the form, and right now let's give some style this one. I'm gonna give the height 56, width full. We're gonna do flex item center, and then we're gonna do justify center as well. So it's going here. And for this one, it's going to be a button, and the variant, I'm gonna give the variant of this one. So make sure to import this one, do control dot. You can have this. Nice. And I'm gonna give the variant of this one is going to be a ghost variant. All right, great. So right now let's give some value to this one. So this one I'm gonna have the 2 span. Let's do a span right here. Let's do this. And then for this one, we're gonna have the text is gonna be unlock all block content. Okay. And for this one, we're gonna have the icon is going to be a lightning bolt, which is from this icon right here. This one. And then we're gonna have the text right here, so it's gonna be upgrade. Let's hit save. Great. So right now let's give a class name of this one. I'm gonna give the flex, and then let's do flex call. Let's do p10 and a gap of this one to 5. So right now it should be something like this. And for this span right here, I'm gonna give the flag as well. It's gonna be item center, and then a gap of this one to 2. And for the text, let's do text to 2XL to font bold, and it's gonna be text green 500. All right, great. And for the icon right here, I'm gonna give the width to 5 and height to 5 as well, and we should be see something like this. And for this one, let's give a ring of this one to 2, and then it's gonna be ring green 500. All right, great. So right now we have this one. So later on, we're gonna create the stripe, and then we're gonna call this one to the stripe. But for now, as you can see, this user is not logged in yet, right? So what we want is like if they not logged in yet, we're gonna show them to log in first before log into with stripe. So for that, let's use this one. Gonna be user equal to user, and then we can have the state, and this one is gonna be state.user. Okay, so we can check if not user.id, and then we can do like this. If there's no user, we're going to return them with the login form. So we can call to login form and hit save. So right now we should be able to see this. Let's give some styling of this one, and then flex item center, height 96, width full, and then we're going to do justify center as well. And then we're gonna have this one to read. So, and then let's give the gap of this one to 2. Okay. So right now, when the user is not logged in, so we need to tell them, okay, please log in to read first. Great. So right now we have this one. So next we need to connect this one and then call to check out with Stripe. All right, so now we connect with Stripe. So for that, you need to create a Stripe account, and also you need to register and add your store right here. And right now you don't have to activate the payment, so we can just still do in test mode as well. So you can see this is still in test mode. All right. So once you do that, you can go navigate into the developer. If you go to home, and then you can click on the developer, click on the API key, you will get the public key and secret key right here. So please copy this one and go back inside our VS Code and go to in vLocal and add this one. So this one I'm gonna do next public key is gonna be equal to this value, and another one is gonna be Stripe SK key, which is going to be secret key. So, and then please reveal key, and then we can copy this one and paste this one as well. Okay, so right now let's hit save this one. And right now let's implement the function to check out. So before we doing that, we need to create the product inside our Stripe. So let's click on more, and let's go to product catalog, and right here you can add a new product. So our product right here, for the name of this one, I'm gonna go with the, let's say, Daily Block Pro. Okay, and right now for this one recurring, so because we want the user to subscribe and to this one, and then we're gonna charge this one for $19.99 and it's monthly basis. And this one we do not need to do anything, we can just click next and we can add product. All right, so right now we have this product. Let's navigate to the product page, and for this one what we're interested in is going to be the price ID right here. So I'm gonna copy this one and I'm gonna save it inside our local env as well. So it's gonna be the pro price ID is gonna be equal to this one. So in this case, so because we have only one subscription, so if you have another one, you can add another price to this user. And so for now, we want the user to subscribe to only monthly only. So if you want to do yearly, you can create another one and add to this one. Okay. All right, so for now, let's navigate back and create a function to check out with Stripe. All right, so first we're going to install the dependency that's needed. So I'm going to do npm, which is the first one is going to be the Stripe, and another one is going to be stripe.js right here. Okay, so right now let's copy this one, and then we're going to run this one. Great. So right now, while this one installing, so let's go ahead inside the action. And inside the lib action right here, I'm going to create a new file called stripe action. It's going to be stripe.ts. Okay, look like our installation is complete as well. So the first one, we're going to make this one as a use server, and then we're going to import stripe. Okay, let's make sure this one, nice. And then we can create the stripe instance right here. It's going to be new stripe, and then we're going to do process.env.secret key that we have. Okay, so right now let's go this one and paste this one right here, and then we can do the not operator at the end, so to avoid this squishy line. And right now let's create a function to check out. So we're gonna do export async function, and then for the function name is going to be checkout. And for the checkout, what we need is going to be the email of the user that has been checked out, and this one is going to be a string, and then we're gonna have the path to redirect to as well. It's going to be redirect to, which is going to be a string as well. Okay, so right now let's go in here, and so for this one we're going to do await stripe.checkout.session, and then we're going to do .create. Okay, and then we're going to pass a bunch of parameter. So the first one is going to be the success URL, where you want to redirect the user after success. Okay, so this one is going to be redirect to, or we're going to do the process.env.site URL, which is this one. Okay, the site URL right here. So if the user passed this one to us, we're going to redirect to them. If it is not, so we're going to redirect them to our home page. Okay, so the next thing is going to be the cancel URL. So right here for this cancel, we can redirect to the home page as well. So this one, you can create another custom page to handle the cancel and show to the user. And another one is we're going to get the customer email, and then we're going to pass here. And then this one is going to be the line item, where we need to use our price ID. This is going to be an item, so which is going to be the price. Then you can get the price ID right here. It's going to be pro price ID, which is going to be process.env.propriceid. and we're gonna pass the quantity to 1. Okay, and the mode of this one is going to be subscription, not subscription. Okay, so right now we have this one, so let's call this one inside our checkout component. Okay, so for that, let's go into our checkout. Let's create a function that's gonna be const handle checkout, and then for this one we're gonna do the prevent default on this. I'm gonna pass as any, and I'm gonna do e dot prevent default, and then we can call this one inside our button right here to on submit. So on submit, and then we're gonna call handle checkout. Okay, so right here we're gonna do call our function to checkout. So I'm gonna do checkout function from Stripe, and then we're gonna pass the user email. So this one is gonna be user.usermeta.email. Okay, .email, and then we can do this, and then we can do not operator right here, and then we're gonna pass another parameter which is going to be the pass. So I'm gonna get the current pass of the user that called from this one, which is going to be use pass name. Okay, so right now we have this pass name, and then we're gonna call with the pass name that the user redirect back here. So right here I'm gonna get the state from this one. So for that, let's use the transition. I'm gonna do is pending, and then start transition is going to be equal to use transition right here, and right here we can call the start transition, and then we can call to this one. Okay, so right now we can do a wait, and since this one right here we call from checkout, and then we need to do an async as well. So our checkout, if we go back right now, we do not return anything. So let's do that. So return, and this one is going to be returned as the JSON.stringify, because this one will return to the client component. So we have to do something like this. Great. So right now from this one, we should be able to have the const data, and then we need to pass this one. So it's going to be JSON.path, and let's do this. Okay. And so for now, when we call this one, we need to do some animation to this one. Let's work on that. So for this one, for the parent component right here, I'm gonna wrap this one with the cn, and then we can do something like this. And right here we can do the logic right here. So we're gonna do the animations to pause if it is pending. Okay, so if it is pending, we're gonna do this. And then for the lightning icon right here, what I'm gonna do is to animation for this one as well. So let's do I'm gonna use cn for this one, and we can wrap it like this. And for this one, we're gonna check is pending. If it's not pending, what we're gonna do for this one is gonna be the animations bound, else we're gonna do the animation spin. Okay, so right now, I see. So okay, should be this one right here. All right, so this should be good to go. So right now let's go back here. So right now I'm gonna test with this user. So let this user log in first. All right, so as you can see right now, we need this user to subscribe with Stripe first in order to come back and see the content of this blog post. So for that, we're gonna call to this one, and then we get the data. So another thing that we need to call is we need to load Stripe result of this one. So for that, we're gonna call the function load Stripe, and so we need to import this one. So this one is going to be import from @stripe.js. So this is going to be load Stripe. Okay, so right now we need to load Stripe, and then we're gonna pass the env of this one. It's gonna be process.env. The public key one is gonna be this key right here. All right, we're gonna do not operator right here. So right now we need to do the await, and then we're gonna have our Stripe right here. All right, so right now when we have this one, so we can call this one await Stripe dot redirect to checkout with the session that we have. It's going to be session ID. It's going to be data.id. Okay, so right now let's hit save this one. So this should be able to call the function to subscribe. All right, so let's test this out. So right now, let's click on this one. Right now we can't have the animation. There's no valid URL. I see. So for the path name right here, so we need to go with the locations dot origin as well. So because this one is not a valid URL, so you can see this is error come from this one. All right, so right now let's try to run this one again. The user is logged in, he needs to subscribe. Right now it's do some spinning, and this one should redirect you to Stripe. Okay, so right now, as you can see, this is with the product that we just create. And for the test right here, you can use the fake credit card. So for example, you can see this is a test mode. So the fake credit card with just only 4242 number. And this one you can put any value that you want, and then this is 111, and name this one is gonna be whatever you want. Okay, so right now let's do subscribe on this one. So it will, if it's success, it will redirect back to our home page, which is this one. So you can see it redirect here. So right now we do not do any listener that the user is subscribed, but first we need to make sure that this user is subscribed to our Stripe. So right now let's go back into our product. And then if we come back here, I think if we refresh this one, we should be able to see the customer. And if we click on the customer right here, as you can see, this customer is subscribed to our Stripe. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to create a webhook to listen to this event. And then when the user is subscribed, we need to update them the status and be able them to read the blog content. Okay. All right, so right now we're gonna create the webhooks to listen to a Stripe event. So for that, let's go into the apps API, and then I'm gonna create a new folder. For this one is going to be Stripes, and then inside here, a new folder inside the Stripe is going to be a webhook. Okay, so right here we're gonna do routes.ts. Great. So right now inside here, this is going to be the post request. So I'm gonna do export async function. And this is going to be post, and then we're going to have the request, and this is going to be the request type, and then we can call this one right here. Okay, so for now, let this one, so we need to import the Stripe first. So import Stripe from Stripe as well, and then we're going to create a new instance of Stripe. Let's go into the Stripe action, and then so we can copy this one right here. So I'm going to copy here, and then I'm going to paste this one here. And another one is we're going to get the endpoint secret. So for that, let's go into the Stripe documentation. If you come back here, if you go in here, you can search for the webhook, and this is for the developer. And this one is going to be, let's say, to test in our local. So this is the step that we need to do. And you can see this is the secret that we can use to in our local. So for that, I can copy this endpoint right here, and let's create this one. Can't, and make sure to change this one to Node.js so that we can read this one easily. All right, so I think for this one, I'm gonna save this one in our localhost env as well. So local env. So this one is gonna be endpoint secret is gonna be equal this value. Okay, and then we can copy this one, and then we can come back, and then we're gonna do the process.env this value. Okay. Great, so right now we have this one, so you can see this is what we need to do. So right now what I can do, we can just copy the whole thing from this one, and then we're gonna replace this one a little bit to work in our case with Next.js. All right, so right now I'm gonna clear this one, and I'm gonna clear this one as well. To get the signature right here, what you need to do, instead of doing this one, we need to use from the next header, and then we're gonna call to this function, and then we're gonna do get instead of calling like this. So right now it should be look something like this. Okay, so right now, as you can see, we get this signature, and I think for this one we can do both of this one inside the try and catch right here, and the endpoint secret will be called from this one. I think maybe we can just do and change to something like this. So the next thing is we need to get the body of this one, and to get this body is going to be const raw body is going to be equal to await buffer from this one, and then we're going to pass the request dot body. All right, so which is this request right here. Okay, so right now we should have this raw body, and then we can change this one to this, and for this one we can just do not operator, and then for the response right here, we're not going to do this, we're going to do next response, and then we can do something like this. So it's going to be response.json, and then this one we're going to have the error status, so it's going to be the error, and the message for this one is going to be webhook error. We're going to do plus the error message. Okay, error.message, and this one I'm going to give the type of this one to any, and we can do something like this to make sure it's safe. Okay, So right now we have this one, and I think this one we got a problem as well. So maybe we can just change the request right here to any instead. So right now to avoid this error. So right now we have this event right here. So for the event, let's call it outside here. So then when we assign, so then we can call it down here. All right, great. So right now, let's try to test this result right here. So for now, let's just do the console.log and then get this object. So this is the event. So we want to make sure that everything is working. Okay. So right now, our webhook complete. So the next thing is we're going to test with different case. So but for now we just want to make sure this is working fine. So come back here, we can follow this documentation in order to make this is on our local. All right, so first we need to install Stripe inside your environment. So for that you can follow this documentation, click on download CLI, and then you can come back here. So this one will list all of the OS. So for example, if you're using Mac OS with Homebrew, you can just follow this one easily. And then if you don't use that, you can just still follow this documentation right here. Okay. So since right now I'm on Windows, I'm going to show you how to do this. So first you can click on and go to link of this GitHub and then download this file right here. So which is this one. And the next thing is we can open this one. So right now let's open this, and then so when you open this one, we have the Stripe. So you can move this one into any folder outside of this one. So for example, I move it inside the download folder right here. Okay. So right now we can do the CMD. So this will go open my terminal, and right here we can call the Stripe from here. They're going to be stripe.exe. So right now you can do access and to do Stripe login and back to follow the documentation. So now I'm going to close this one. And then going back to Stripe dashboard, this is what we need to do. I'm going to click on this, and then we're going to paste this one right here. So right now we have this one. Let's just click on this one. And right now it will do the installation and then authentication. Please click allow access, and it will redirect back. So right now you can see access granted. Great. So the next thing is we need to do if we need to forward the Stripe to our local host. So I'm going to do this. Going to be Stripe forward, which is going to be localhost. This one is going to be 3000, and this is going to be API and then Stripe, because this is our API that we create. You can see this is route right here, and then click enter, and then right now it's just get ready and make sure everything is okay. So right now, one thing that we need to see when I call this one, so the webhook will listen. So then we will go to see the console.log right here. Okay. So right now let's go and do this one. And right now it's running something here and then successfully. And if you look at right here, we should be able to see this payment right here. Great. So right now, and okay. All right. So right now you can see we have this one, but we have some error right here. So there's no response and things like that. So we need to fix this one soon. Okay. Right now let's come back and fix this one. And I think for this one, so you can see we do not return anything. So for this one, we can just return response.json and with the empty object right here. So this should be good to go. So for now, if we hit save this one, if we go into compile, and then let's try to run the trigger this event again, and if we can call this one. So right now, as you can see, and it's called to this one. Great. So right now we need to listen to when the user is subscribed to our product, and then we need to call this one and then update the user table inside our Supabase. Okay, so let's do that. All right, so for this, for the first case right here, the event that we want to subscribe first is going to be the customer updated. So it's going to be customer.updated, and this one is going to be customer. Okay, so we're gonna have the customer data, and inside here we need to get the subscription status from and subscription ID, because we need to update to our table. As you can see, let's go to the block right here. So we're gonna have the field of the publish, and I think for the user, and we're gonna store them such as their email and the subscription status right here, you can see, and also the Stripe customer ID. Okay, so to get this information, we can come back here. So first we need to get the subscription is going to be equal to await stripe.subscription.list. Okay, and from this one we need to list from the customer, and the customer is going to be customer.id right here. Okay, so right now we have this subscription, and then we can check if subscription here exists or not. So if there are any data inside this one. So right now, if we have this one, so we're gonna have get sub is gonna be equal to subscription.data, which is going to be index 0, right? So because we filter only the customer ID that we have here. And right here, we're going to call to our Supabase. So right here, we're going to call to Supabase to update the user table. Update user table. Great. So right now we have this one. So let's create a function to call to Supabase. So for that, I'm going to create a new function, cons on success subscription. And for now, I'm going to just do console.log. Please update user table. Okay. So right now we just want to make sure that this function is being called, and then we can call this function right here. Okay. So right now we do not pass anything, and then let's try to do subscription again, and then make sure this function is called. Okay. So right now, let's go back to our application, and then we can call to run the upgrade pro again. So right now it's being checked out, and then make sure to use this one. And right now, as you can see, our success is we being success. So right now, if you're going back here, and then if we come back here, so you can see, please update user table. So it means like this one is being called, and then the next thing that we need to implement is to call into Supabase and update the user table. All right, so for that, we're going to create an admin. So Supabase admin. So for that, first we need to come here, go to API. And then right here, we need to get the service role right here. Okay, we click copy. This is important. You do not want to expose the service role. And if you're going back here, all of Supabase key is state with next public. But this one, we need to call this one from server. Okay, and make sure this key is protected. So for now, this is going to be the service role and equal to this one. Okay, so right now we have this one. Let's create another client, Supabase client, that use this one right here. Okay, so for that, let's go into the libs and Supabase, and I'm gonna inside this one. This is from a server as well. Let's do export async function, and the name of this one, create Supabase admin. And then for this one, we can follow this documentation right here. You can see. So right now I can just copy and paste this one right here. So let's copy this one and paste it right here. And let's do the auto import, which is control dot. And we have this one, which is going to be this URL right here. And the next one is going to be this one that we just create. So copy paste, and then I'm going to copy this one, and then I'm going to change it right here. Okay. Right now, when we have this one, so we can just do return the create client. Great. So right now, let's go back inside our route right here. And then for this one, we're going to do Supabase admin is going to be equal to await Supabase create Supabase admin. Great. So this one, we need to do an async. So for that, we can call this one to update the user table. And I think for this one right here, I can use the Supabase, I think the database right here. So then it gives us the intelligence. Okay. So right now we have the Supabase admin. So I'm going to do Supabase admin from the user. So we're going to update the user. So we're going to update. And this one, the first one is going to be the subscription status. And the next thing is going to be Stripe ID, and another one is Stripe customer ID as well. All right, so we update this three field, and then we're gonna use this one as from the parameter, and this one is gonna be Boolean, and another one is Stripe subscription right here, which is going to be the string, and another one is Stripe customer here is gonna be a string as well. Okay. Great. So, but this one, we need to know which user that we want to update. So we cannot get the user ID right here, but what we can get is the ID of this, of the email of them. So we're going to do equal, and then which is going to be the email, and then we can do pass the email as well. So I'm going to get this email, and the email the user need to pass from this function as well, which is going to be a string. Okay. So right now when we have this one, and I think that's pretty much it. So right now we can just do the return and await, or maybe we do not have to do anything for this one. So, and this one, and for this one, we can check on this. So we can have data or an error. So if we have an error, so we can return respond, or maybe I think we can just return, and then we can check the response from the function that we call. So we can return from here. Okay. So right now let's hit save this one. So then we can call on subscription right here, and then we're gonna pass the parameter to this one. So the first one is going to be the sub status. So going to be sub.status is going to be equal to active. So if it's active, it's going to be true. If it's not active, this one is going to be false. So the next one is going to be Stripe subscription ID. So it's going to be subs.id. As you can see, the subscription ID. Next is a customer ID, which is going to be the customer.id. And the next one is going to be the customer.email. Okay. So right now we have this one. And for this one, we can do the not operator at the end. Great. So right now with this one, we can do the await on this function, and this one will return us the data or an error. So for now, what I'm interested in is an error only. And then right here, we can check if there's an error, dot message, just for example, dot message. And then so we can return the response with this one. So let's do return response with the key of going to be error. And this one is going to be the error dot message. Okay. Else. I think for this one, for else, we do not want to return anything. So for now, maybe we do not do any else. Okay, let's hit save this one. Great. So right now we have update on subscription user. So let's use this one and test this one again and make sure that this one of our user has been filled out with information. Okay. Now let's going back. So you can see this is the user. This user that we just logged in. Right now it's null. Let's test this out. So going back here, I'm gonna subscribe again. So you come back here. So right now we're gonna fill out the information and click on subscribe right here. So right now everything is complete. It redirects me back here. So we still see in this one. So right now we do not update the UI. So our goal, if we check right here, we should be able to see all the information. So as you can see right here, this user right here has a customer ID, and also if you look at subscription status, it's going to be true as well. Nice. And yeah, that's pretty great. So right now this user is subscribed. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to use this information to let this user be able to read our premium content. Okay. All right. So for that, it's going to be really simple. So we just update the blog content policy. So going to the blog content, and right now if you go into read content right here, you can see. So now we allow only admin only, and we can allow only if the blog post is not premium. Okay, so for that, we can create another one to check if the user subscription, and then we can show the user as well. So for this one, let's go back into the database. I'm going to create another function is going to be equal to is sub, okay, which is going to return the boolean, and the function is going to be begin and end, and this one is going to return select subscription status from user dot where the ID is going to be equal to auth.uid. Okay, so right now we can wrap this one and we can end with the semicolon. Okay, so right now we come back here and then we choose the security definer, hit confirm, and great. So right now we have this one. Nice. So right now let's going back into our blog content and navigate here and then go to edit. And for this one, what we're gonna do another one is gonna be, or if it is premium, right here, so we're gonna do block.id. If it is premium, and then ends is sub as well. Okay, so if the content is premium and the user is sub is true, so then we're gonna be able to let the user subscribe in this one. So it's gonna be is sub, and right now this should be good to go. So right now click on review, hit save. So if we're going back into this user that just subscribed, and then we can just refresh this one, and right now this user should be able to see this content right here. Great. So right now let's go back inside. This is an admin. Make sure that the policy is working for as an admin as well. There's nothing wrong. Let's try to create another block for this one. I'm going to create a new one. And let's say this is going to be test02 and image URL. And then this one is going to be just a random. And make sure we set this one to premium. And let's hit save. So right now we have this one. Let's navigate back to this user and go into the block. So as you can see, right now we have this block, test2. Click on test2. So this user, as you can see, this is a premium content and this user already subscribed. And that's why this user be able to see. And one thing that we make sure we can go into incognito and then run this one. And this content will not be able for the user. It will tell them to log in. And once they log in, if the subscription falls, there's no content, the user need to do subscription. Okay, all right, that's great. So right now we have this one, and okay, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to make the user manage their billing information so then they can unsubscribe and things like that. All right, so let's do it. All right, so right now we're gonna let the user to unsubscribe. So for that, let's go inside the profile right here. We're gonna create a new menu that manage the billing. Okay, so let's do that. So for that, let's go into this component, and then let's go into the Stripe component. I'm gonna create a new component called manage billing. Okay, .tsx. And then we have this one. Let's run the command OFC, and right here this is going to be a button as well, and this one is just gonna be billing. Okay, we're gonna have billing, and inside here we're gonna have the icon, and for the icon of this one I'm gonna use the backpack icon from this one. And all right, so right now let's hit save, and for this let's give it a class name to flex item center, and then justify this one is going to be between as well. And for the variant of this one, I'm gonna give it as a ghost. Okay, great. So right now we can import this one inside our profile. So let's go back inside our profile. Let's search for profile, and this is where we're gonna put this one, and then we can just import manage billing. Okay, great. So right now if we save this one, so if we going back, let's refresh this one, and right now as you can see we have this one. Great. So right now let's go back here. I think I forgot to make the width of this one to full, and then so it will separate between these two. Great. So right now we have the billing. So one thing that we wanted to do right now, we want to show this billing right here only if the user is subscribed, right? So we don't want to anyone just to call this one. If the user subscribed, so then they will have this one. So to toggle between these two, we need to fetch the user information that the user is subscribed or not. So for that, let's go into the session provider right here. So right now I'm going to change this information. So right now we fetch the user, and then but I think to set the data we can fetch the user profile instead. Okay, so for this one I'm going to do await Supabase dot from is going to be user. I think for this one, to give the intelligence, we can use the database, and this one is going to be from user dot select star, so we can select star, and then we're gonna do equal to the data dot session dot user dot ID. All right, so this is what we want, and then we can do the not operator like this. I think this one we need to add the ID. All right, so right now we have this one, so we can have the user, and then we're gonna have now the data is going to be user info. Okay, all right, great. So right now instead of using this session data to store, we're gonna pass as a data instead inside user info instead inside here. So right now let's go here, and then we're gonna set the user info. If we look at the result, this is what it look like. And I think this one I forgot to do dot single as well. Okay, so right now we should be able to see this one. So for that, let's copy this information and create a new type for it. So right now let's go to the type and index right here. This is gonna be export I user. Okay, and it's going to be equal this one, and this one is going to be user, it's going to be type. All right, so right now let's hit save. So right now we have the I user. Let's go back to the session right here. I think let's go into set user, and let's change the state of this one. So this one, instead of user, we're gonna do I user. Okay, L is gonna be null instead, and same thing for this one as well. And then this is gonna be null, and this is gonna be null as well. All right, so right now when we change this one, there's a lot of things that we need to fix, because let's say for example in Navbar right here, you can see this is an error that this user information we do not have, and things like that. So for that, this one, instead of undefined, we're gonna change this one to null. And for this one, we can just do user.role. So you can see when you do this, you will have the role, and you can just do .role. And this avatar URL, we do not exist. It's going to be the image URL. And this one is going to be I think this one is going to be display name. All right, so and then for this one, let's do or empty, and then this one is going to be do the same thing, or empty as well. And then for this one, yep, it's going to be the same thing, which is going to be display name, and this is going to be email. All right, so look like we have this one, and right now let's see the navbar. We still see this one. I think we can have to fix one more thing. It is going to be in the navbar, and right here we can check if the user is logged in. We can see the profile. I see. So the reason is that right now the user information may not be exist because inside our Supabase, so we need to update the store this one. So right now, if you go back here and the user information, there's no row security level for this one just yet. So right now, let's fix this one. So for this one, I'm gonna do update based on the ID, so they can select, and then they need to be authenticated. And this one is gonna be read by user is equal to user ID, which is gonna be the ID, okay? And then we can do another one, which is this one, or is admin. So if you, for example, if you're an admin, you can be able to read, and or you can read your own information only. Okay, so right now let's click review. Let's hit save on this one. So we close this one, and if we refresh this one, we should be able to see the user right here. Right now, let's go back inside the profile right here, and then we're gonna create one condition. It's gonna be is sub. It's gonna be user dot subscription status right here. User subscription status. Okay, so right now we have this one. We're gonna go back inside here, and then we're gonna do is sub, and we're gonna manage billing. Okay, so right now if we hit save, if your subscription is true, and yes, you can see we show the billing, and if not, you will not see the billing. All right, so right now let's work on a functionality that let this user to unsubscribe. All right, so for that, let's go inside the webhook. We're going to create a listen even when the user unsubscribe first. Let's go into route right here. Right now we listen on the case customer updated, and then we're gonna have another case. So maybe I can just copy this one, and then we can come back here. And I think we can remove this one right here. Okay, so for this case right here, it is going to be case customer subscription and deleted this one. Okay, so right now we can get the object of this one. Can't deleted subscription is going to be equal to even the data dot object. All right, so right here we are going to call to the function to cancel the subscription. So let's work on that. So for that, let's go const on cancel subscription is going to be equal to right here. And for this one, we're gonna do, it's called to Supabase admin as well. Same thing that we do here. This is what I'm gonna do. And then this is, we need to do an async. Right here, we're gonna do await Supabase admin dot from. And this one is going to be a user. And let's go update this information. It's just going to be update. And then we can pass the field that we just update from here. You can see we have the 3 field of this one. And then I can paste this one. So the status right here is going to be the parameter that we're gonna pass. So it's gonna be boolean this from this one, and for this one is going to be null, and also this customer ID is going to be null as well. Okay, so right now we just transform to this to null, and then we can check this one dot equal by subscription ID with the sub ID. Okay, this is with the sub ID, and then the sub ID is going to be a string as well. All right, so this should be a comma instead of the dot. Then, all right, so I think that's pretty much it. So once we have this one, and then we can just returning back. Okay, so right now we have this one. So let's call this one inside our this, and let's do this, and then we can do the await. And then from this one, we're going to pass the parameter. The first one is subscription status, which is going to be delete sub dot status. So is equal to active. So if it equal to active, it will true. But I think when we delete the status, it's not going to be active. Maybe for this case, we're going to just do turn to false. And another one is going to be delete subscription dot ID right here. Okay. So right now we have this one, so we should be able to have the data. And I think we can just do the same thing for like here. We can just copy, and then we can get an error that's from this one. Error equal this, and then we're gonna return back to error user. And I think maybe we can add more information here. So it's gonna be fail to cancel subscription. Okay, and this one right here, and this one is, or maybe we're gonna do enable to subscription. Okay, to do subscription. Okay, and then this one is just gonna add the plus operator, and we hit save. All right, great. So right now we have this one. So right now let's create a function to check out, and this webhook will be called. So for that, let's go into the Stripe action. I'm gonna create a new function, which I'm gonna copy from this one, and then I'm gonna do something like this. And for the function name is going to be manage billing. And what do we need from this billing is going to be a customer ID, okay, which is going to be a string. Great. So right now we have this one. So right here we're gonna call await stripe dot billing portal dot sessions dot create. All right, and then right here we're gonna need the customer ID as a parameter. I'm gonna get it from here. You can see this customer ID, and another one is going to be the return URL. And I think for this case I'm gonna do the process.env.site URL. Okay, let's do this. And voila. So right now we have this one. So then we can use this one and call from our manage billing component. All right, so before we do that, let's go into Stripe dashboard. So what I want you to go is to go to customer portal. And so when we click on the manage billing, so we're gonna redirect user to this page, as you can see right here. So here is where you can control how the user can see the information and what kind of information that the user can see. So something like that. So for example, the invoice right here, maybe you don't want the user to see, you can just untoggle this one. And I think what I'm going to change in this one is going to be cancellation, and I'm going to choose the cancel immediately. Okay, so if you user cancel immediately, they will cancel all the plan immediately, and this is what I want, but you can choose a different option right here. Okay, all right, great. So right now we have this one that hit save, change, and then give a password, and right now we are good to go. So once we complete this one, we call to our manage billing, it will show to this page. Okay, so for maybe I can show you, for example, if I untoggle the invoice, and then this is what the expectation that when we call the manage billing, what it's gonna look like. All right, so going back here, let's go into our manage billing component. So it's gonna be manage billing component. So I'm gonna use this one as a form instead. So I'm gonna do form, and let's do this right here. And so when we have this form, let's create a function to submit this one. And so for that, I'm going to use a client instead for this. It's going to be use client. And for this one, we're going to do on submit is going to be equal to this. And then when we call right here, we can do await manage billing, which is from the Stripe action right here. So we need the customer ID. So where do we get this customer ID? So one thing that you can do, you can pass as a prop, or you can call the use user again, which I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna use user is gonna be use user, and we can have the state, and then it's gonna be state.user, and right here it's gonna be user.customer ID. Okay, Stripe customer ID, which is this one. And right here we're gonna do .json.string pass the response. And I think for the response right here, I do not return anything, just return this one, which .stringify and this result. Okay, great. Right now, let's going back here when we're doing this one. I think for this one, we can use a transition to get the state from this one. So we're gonna do is pending. We're gonna do start transition is gonna be equal to use transition. Okay. And then for this one, we're gonna do start transition right here. Right now, we're gonna use this, and then we can do async inside here. Okay, great. So right now, from here, we're gonna have the data. I'm gonna do the data, and then we can open the window of this one. So we're gonna do window.locations.ref equal to data.url. Okay, because the return from here is gonna have the data.url. And all right, so right now we have this one, and let's use this on submit right here inside this one on submit. We're gonna call this one. I'm gonna do the e.prevent default as well. e.prevent default, and this one is gonna type as any. Okay. All right. So and for is pending right here, we can use it inside here. So here I'm gonna create a loading icon. So I'm gonna import this one from React icon /AI, and the icon name is gonna be AI outline loading 3/4 right here. So it's gonna be loading, and this one right here. Copy this one, and then we can paste this one. And so for this one, I'm gonna wrap this one around us in a span. So then this will stay beside each other. And let's keep a style of this one. Flex item center. Gap of this one is gonna be 2. So right now, I think we should be able to see this. Let's do toggle between these two. So I'm gonna do the class name is going to use the CN, and then inside here we're gonna do the animation spin, but we're gonna go hidden. Go with this one. Let's do comma. And right here is gonna be hidden if it is not pending. Okay, and it is not pending. Great. So right now we should be able to see this. All right. So right now I think our functionality is complete. Let's actually test this one and make sure this user is unsubscribed. Great. So right now let's go back. Let's click on this billing. So right now, and as you can see, it redirects you back here. So you can see there's no invoice. We do not show to the user, and we have only the cancel plan on, or if you want, you can upgrade your visa information and things like here. So right now let's try to do cancel plan right here. Click on cancel, and right now everything's done, and probably here you don't have to do anything, probably no thing. And right now you can just go back into daily block. It will return us to our home page. And since this user is not subscribed anymore, so you can see there's no billing anymore, and this test is premium, right? So the user need to do premium right here. So you can see right now this user is unsubscribed. They cannot be able to read this one anymore. And same thing here. This is all premium content. This user need to be upgrade. So the next step to finish this, we're gonna work on the SEO and also building this blog post. So you can see each blog post right here. We want it to be a static. So then the user, when the moment the user click on this one, they can see it immediately. So for that, let's build a static page for the blog content, and then for the home page right here, we can keep as a server component. All right, so let's do it. All right, so one thing that I want to do now is to check if the session provider update the right user and data and use it correctly. So we just update the new user. So for that, you can try to find the used user right here, and then you can see this is where we've been using it. So let's go into each individual file and to see if there are any red line that we need to fix. And for this one, and all right, so right here you can see we have one red line. You can click, and this is where we need to fix. So let's fix this one, and this one is not gonna read the email from user metadata anymore. It's gonna be read just user.email. And all right, so I think that's pretty much it, right? So all of this one, there's no red line. Okay, everything is great. So right now let's test again and subscribe this user again. So let's click on this blog post right here and then upgrade to Pro. And from here, let's fill out the information. All right, so you can see everything is still working. So all right, so that's great. So right now let's work on this blog post right here, become static at build time, and then also improve the SEO to this file as well. So for that, let's go into this page, and as you can see, this one. So the way that we're gonna add this one is we're gonna do export a things, and we're gonna have a function, and the function name is going to be generate static param, and inside this one we do not have to pass a parameter. So this is where you're gonna fetch from the API. So I'm gonna call this API right here, and then for this one we're gonna pass the star. Okay, so we're gonna pass a star, and then you don't have to pass any type of this one, and then you can just return as a block right here. Okay, let's hit save. So if we go back to this API just to make sure, and if we go into the routes, I think this is not the one. Let's go to block and route. As you can see, if we pass the star right here, if the ID is equal to star, we're gonna return the limit only 10, and then we're gonna have the ID. So which means that if you have 20 blog posts, but at build time we generate only 10 page only. If you want all, you can remove the lid right here. But if you want to build time a little bit faster, so you don't have to put a lot of page right here, so then we can pre-generate it later when on-demand request. Okay, so right now we have this one. So the next thing that we wanted to do, we wanted to generate the metadata. That this one is for an SEO. So it can be the same thing. So I'm going to copy this one, but instead of generate static param, this is going to be generate metadata. And right here, we're going to pass a parameter just like this one. And then we can just come back and paste this one right here. Okay. And right now the API request will be the same as this one. So I can just copy and paste this one right here. All right, so right here, you're going to return. So this is going to be return. For example, this is going to be a title. And the title is going to be a blog.title. All right. So if you have a description, you can add more into this one. And what else do we want to add? So right here, let's say, for example, I'm going to add the author information. So let's say, for example, this is my name. So it's going to be Billy Web Coding or something like that. And then this one is going to be an open graph. And this one is going to have a title as well. And it's going to be blog.title. This one. And we're going to have the URL. So the URL right here, I'm going to use the process.env.site URL, which is going to be this one right here. So right now, coming back. And then we're going to do this one plus the slash block slash. This is going to page params.id. Okay. And then we're going to have the site name. So the site name is going to be Delhi blog. And we're going to have the image for this one. And then this one is going to be blog.image URL. Okay. And then the type of this one is going to be website. I think I just import this one right here. No, we can remove this one. We add a semicolon right here. Okay, right now this is great. And then also you can add another keyword into here as well. Let's say this is going to be as a tag. So for example, you can add like, you know, your name and daily blog. And another one is going to be daily web coding or something like that. Okay. All right. So right now we complete our SEO and our pre-generate static param. So one thing that we want to test this out. So we cannot run this one on our local. When you run build this one, it is going to fail because as you can see, this is happening at build time, right? So when you run build, it will call to this endpoint and request. So localhost 3000 API, this is not going to work because at build time, this API is not up and running. And then if we try to generate this one, this is going to fail. Okay, this is going to fail. And so one thing that we can do is to test this one actually in production. And all right, so let's do it. So to test this one, what we can do first, we can try to uncomment this one. Make sure you not you uncomment this one. And right now we're gonna push this code right here, what we have done so far, into our GitHub and deploy this to Vercel first. All right. Okay, so right here I'm at Vercel, so I'm gonna try to create a new project right here. And this one is the next block that I just imported with my GitHub. So I'm going to import this one. And then we're going to do the deployment on this one. So, but first we need to create the environment variable, which is all of the key that we have here. So for that, let's copy and paste this one and create a new key for this one. And for the site URL right here, you can give your site URL. This will be your domain name that from here. So for example, with Vercel, we can do a custom URL. So for that, let's say, for example, this is going to be HTTPS. And the name of this one, I'm going to do daily blog, let's say demo1.vercel.app. Okay, so make sure you have to do this. And later on, you need to update your domain name to match your site name. Okay, so right now, let's add this one. And another one is going to be endpoint secret right here. This is we need to add later, but now I'm going to add this value. But this is going to be chained. But when we create an endpoint with Stripe, this is going to be chained. I think for now I'm going to keep as it is. We can come back and update later. Now let's continue adding this one. All right, so right now our key is complete. Let's try to deploy this one. I'm going to click on deploy. Okay, so as you can see, our deployment is complete. Let's go into here. Right now, let's try to go into setting and change the domain name to match that with our site name. So for this one, it's going to be daily blog-demo1, all right, .vercel.app. Okay, so this is what we want. And right now, let's hit save this one. Okay, so this is, and then if you look at the environment variable, make sure that it's the same. So if we go into the site URL, and then you can copy, and then you can see this is the demo one as well. Great. So right now let's go in here and go back and try to visit this one. And right now, as you can see, this is up and running. Very nice. All right, so right now let's try to test this one. So right now I'm going to try to log in with GitHub right here. And as you can see, this one failed. It's redirected to localhost 3000. So let's fix this one. So for that, let's try to grab the domain name of this one and head back to Supabase dashboard. And let's go into authentication, URL configuration right here. And right here, you need to add more redirect URL. So I'm going to add the URL right here with this value and hit add URL. And another one is I'm going to add is going to be auth/callback. And right now we can add this URL as well. Okay, great. So right now let's come back here and try to log in again. Okay, so as you can see, this user is logged in. So right now it's nice. So we go to manage billing and things like that. I think since this user is already subscription when we test on our local, right? So right now let's try to test on the webhook. So let's go on billing on this one. I think for the webhook right here, this is going to fail. We need to add the webhook into our Stripe dashboard. And right here, we're going to search for the webhook and this one right here. So right now you need to create a new endpoint for this one. So let's add the webhook endpoint. So the webhook endpoint will be this one right here. And slash is going to be Stripe/webhook, right? And I think we need to Stripe right here, and then it is going to be API as well. All right, so right now you don't have to add any description. So right here, we're going to add the event. So the event that we want is going to be the customer updated. And another one is customer subscription deleted. These two right here. Okay, so right now let's add this event. And then let's add this endpoint right here. And so right here, it will give you the signing secret. So we're going to reveal this one. So then we can copy this one. And then we're going to head back into our cell, the deployment, go to setting and go to the environment variable. And then we're going to update the endpoint secret right here. Okay. So right now, let's try to edit this one and the value with the new endpoint that we just add, which is this, and let's hit save. Okay, so right now we successfully add this endpoint to secret to our production. And right now let's try to test this one again. So make sure that everything is worked out. So right now let's try to go to billing, and this one, it will go open this one. Let's try to cancel and cancel plan. And right now just no thanks right here. And right now if we had redirect back, if the webhook is successfully, this user do not have any billing. But look like we fail on this one. Let's refresh this one. And the user is still here. And if we check on this one, it seems that we have some error on this one. Okay, so right now, as you can see, our webhook signing is not valid. So you can see webhook error, no signature found, expect this one. Okay, so we call this one. We actually call the webhook, but actually the signature subscription like that, it's failed. I'm not sure what's went wrong. Maybe I copied the wrong value. Let's go back here. For the endpoint secret, this is a 1. If we did this one, so this is the right value, right? And let's hit save. I see. So for this one, so whenever you try to update the A and B, one thing that you need to do is you need to redeploy your production again, okay? Okay, as you can see right now, it's ready. So for that, let's come back in here and then try to refresh this one and make sure this app is running again. But right now, from this user is unsubscribed already. So I think to fix this one, first we need to go into the database, go to the user and try to update this user manually. And for the information, so for example, the Stripe right here should go back to fault. And what else do we have? This one is going back to null. And then also this one, let's go back to null. And I think there's one more field, right? Okay, we have this one, customer ID. Okay, so right now this will go back to null. And then if we come back here, if we refresh this one, so this user right now should be do not have any billing. So if this navigate right here, they need to be subscribed. And let's go ahead and subscribe this one, okay? Okay, so as you can see, our webhook is complete and we fixed this one. Great. So if we refresh this one, we should be able to see the log and the event that we call. It's going to be customer updated, as you can see. And also this updated premium in our production as well. Great. Right now, this user is premium. And right now, let's try to cancel the billing. So let's go to billing. And right now, let's do cancel and cancel plan. and no thanks right here. And then if we return back, so this user is, as you can see right now, he cannot access to this page anymore. Great. So right now our functionality is complete, but the next thing that I wanted to fix is this one right here. So right now if we try to refresh this one, and if you try to navigate, so you can see it will take some time to fetch this data. So this is not an instant, it's not static. So for example, if I'm going to show you another page, this one right here, another demo, which is this one right here. And if we try to navigate to homepage, so when we render this one, there's some loading here. And after, when we click, as you can see, it's immediately, there's no blocking, there's no cold start. When we click, we see this content. All right. So, but this one, if we go back, if we try to refresh this one, and when you click, there's a slightly delay because this is not static. As you can see, when you click here, it will wait a bit and then it will render this one. So this is not static. So let's try to fix this one. So to fix this one is going to be really simple. So you can see right now in our page, we finish it already, right? So, but we do not just push this one because the problem that I told you earlier. But right now, since our app is deployed, and then we can just run this one again. So right now we can do this. We can just git add, and then we can push this one to a new commit. Since this connects to your GitHub, it will auto deploy within Vercel as well. All right, so right now we head back to this one, and let's head back to Vercel, and let's go into this one right here, and then go to deployment. As you can see, there's a new running deployment, and then we can check the build detail right here. Okay, so as you can see right here, we generate a build detail. So you can see we generate this one is going to be as a static, and although I think we have this error, we're going to come back and fix this one soon. But as you can see, this two block page right now has become static. So right now, when this finish, so right now everything is finished. So let's go back inside this one and test this one again. So we come back here and we come back to this page. And right now, if I click on this one, so you can see there's no cold start. When the moment we click it, we see it immediately because this is static. Okay, this is static. And right now, let's try to maybe update this one information. Let's go into the same page for this one and go here and then click on visit. Right, not this one right here. I think let's go this, and then visit. So we should be, so this user is an admin. So right now, let's try to log in. Okay, this is an admin user. Let's try to, let's say, for example, create a new page and things like that, and to see if it's a static as well or not. Right now, let's try to create this one. I'm going to do test. This one's going to be 3. The image URL is going to use the same thing. And I'm going to give a random this one. And the publisher is going to be true. And let's hit save this one. So right now it's complete. So right now if we're going back, if we try to refresh this one, we should be able to see. And if we click on here, you can see it's instantly shown to the user. Great. So right now let's try to see the update and things like that. Make sure everything works out. Let's go into back here, and then it's going to be update 3 updated. And then I hit save. And right now if we revalidate this page, if we refresh this one, and as you can see right now it's updated, and right now if we come back, if we refresh this page and we click, as you can see it's instantly see this one. Great. So right now everything is complete. So you can see we also have the metadata for this one, for this page as well. And if you were to use this one to share, for example, you're gonna share this one to so for example, you're going to post this one to Facebook or Twitter, we can do this one, and we have the generate metadata for this one. So you can see we have our image and our title, and this is the description that we need to update. All right, so let's try to work on and update this metadata right here. All right, so let's do it. Okay, so right now let's work on more on metadata. So you can see right here for the homepage right here, this is the title, but we don't want to do this. So for the title of this one, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna use as a template. So it's gonna be template, and this one is gonna be if you navigate to any page, it will replace with this one, or we're gonna do with the daily block. Okay, this is gonna be a daily block. And for the description right here, and I think for this one we need to default, it's gonna be daily block. All right, so right now for the description right here, you can pass anything. So I'm gonna copy the text right here. Right here, I'm gonna paste this content right here. Okay, so right now we can have this one. So as you can see right here, you can see with this one it will replace the daily block right here, and also we add the title that from the current page that we add before. All right, great. So right now we have the description, and then we can have the open graph for this one. So for that, let's go into block detail right here. So I'm gonna copy what we have right here, And then so we can come back here. I'm going to paste this one. And for the title of this homepage, so this is going to be daily blog, and the URL we can do something like this, and this one we can just have the site URL only, and this one is going to be daily blog, the image URL. So use this one you can get from the public folder, which is going to be, I'm going to do og.png right here. So this is, I have added before this image right here inside the public folder. All right, great. So right now we have this one. So what else do we want it to do? So another thing is going to be keyword, the same thing that we have here. All right, so we come back here. So this will be the metadata for the whole page. So if you go back right here, right now you can see we have this daily blog and we have the metadata when we share this one. And this metadata right here will be the metadata for each individual page. So for this page right here, so if you navigate to this page and then we look through this metadata, and then compare with this one. So for example, it will render this one first. If something here is missing, such as for example the description here, so this description will apply to this page as well. Okay, but if you have your own description, you can add it to this one as well. Great. So right now we have this one. So the next thing that we wanted to do is we wanted to build the footer for this one. So let's do it. Okay, so for the footer, it's going to be really simple, and I'm going to go into this one and go to the component. And right here, I'm going to create another one called footer.tsx, and we can run our snippet right here. So right here, I'm going to replace this one with the footer. And for this one, I'm going to give a border p, and then we're going to do py to 10. Okay. And then inside here, I'm going to have another div, which is going to be right here. And for this one, let's give a width of this one is going to be max width to 7xl, and p5 to 10, and then px to 5. And then gonna do the up from the MD up, let's do this one p0, and then I'm gonna do space y to 5, x of this one to auto, and I'm gonna do flag justify between, and then from the MD up I'm gonna item center, and then it's gonna do flex to call, and then from the MD up I'm gonna do flex row. Okay, right now we have this one. So let's have this content right here. So right here, I'm going to give the class name of this one. And this one, I think I misspelled this one. So for this one, let's give the space y to 2, I think for the 10. And then inside here, we're going to have another div. And inside this div, let's give a class name to space y to 2. And then width to full. And then sm width only 96. Okay, width only 96. Great. And inside here, we're going to have our logo, which is going to be as a daily blog. And then we're going to have a paragraph, which is going to be the description. So we go to layout. I'm going to copy this text right here. And then we can come back here. I'm going to paste this one right here. And then we paste this one. Okay, so I forgot the semicolon. Let's hit save this one. Okay, right now let's try to use this footer, and then we can come back and update this one later. And then let's go into the layout. And then first, I don't want to put the layout inside here because this layout will share with the dashboard as well, right? So if we go here, if I put, for example, if I put the footer inside here, it's going to be footer, and let's hit save. And right now, we should be able to see this footer right here. Nice. But if I navigate to the dashboard, I see this footer as well. I don't want the dashboard to see the footer. And so for that, we will give this layout, and then we do something else for the footer. So for that, let's go inside here. And for the footer, I want it to around with the block, this one. So for that, I'm going to create the group. This one is going to be the home page right here. And for this one, I'm going to move it into the block inside here as well. Okay, so right now, and the next thing that we wanted to move, if we want to move the home page, which is this page right here inside our home as well. So for that, let's go inside the home folder. Let's move this one. So right now you can see we have this page. So the next thing that we wanted to do, let's go and for this one, and let's go inside the home right here. We're going to create another file, which is going to be layout.tsx. Okay, and I think for layout right here will be the same as layout dashboard. So I'm gonna copy from this one and go into this layout, which is create. And right here, what we can do, we can just remove everything that we have here and also here as well. And for this one, we can just put our footer right here. Let's do our footer and let's hit save. Okay, make sure we import from the footer. And right now, as you can see inside the dashboard, we do not see the footer. But if we navigate back to our home page, and as you can see, if you scroll down right now, you can see we have the footer right here. So right now, let's try to finish our footer right here. So we can come back here, and then for this one, what I'm going to give the style of this one is going to be class to text to 3XL. The font of this one is going to be bold. And right now you can see we have this one. Nice. And then we can add more info right here will be the icons to this one. And then it's going to be outside here. I'm going to add another div. Inside this div, let's add the icon. It's going to be the GitHub icon. And another one is going to be a LinkedIn icon from this one. I think probably not link, it's just going to be link in icon. And another one is going to be, let's say, the Discord icon. Okay. All right. So let's create. So right now, if we scroll, we should be able to see this. And for this one, let's give a class name to flex item center, get this one to 2. And there you go. So right now you have this one. Great. So we can give a class name of this one to width to 5 and height to 5 as well. And probably let's give to the rest of the icon right here. Okay, great. So right now we have this. So another one that we wanted to do, I'm going to do the H1 right here. And then we're just going to do like, you know, copyright and things like that. We're going to do this, and then we're going to do copy. And this one is going to be 23. And let's say, I don't know, my name, Chen So King dot all right reserve. And let's hit save. So right now we should be able to see this. And I think this one should be as this one. So right now we have this one. Great. All right. So right now I'm not sure. Okay, this one should be at the same size as this one. So let's pick this one. And if we scroll up right here, I think for this one, instead of the item center, it's going to be item end. Okay. So when we on the smaller screen, we can see this. This is look good. But when we on the larger screen, we should be able to see something like this. Okay, so right now, if we navigate back here, so we should be able to see the footer inside this page as well. And we scroll down, so you can see we have this footer. Very nice. So right now we have this one. Everything is great. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it. So right now we complete almost everything. So one thing before I want to end this video is to told you how to build this one on in the local as well. So right now, if we go into the page ID right here, so if we go into this page ID, okay, so right now when we build this one, so this will call, so I think we can change the site URL to the production URL, so then we can run this one. So for that, let's go localhost env right here, and then let's try to change this one. So for this one, let's go into the, let's say, prod URL. And then for this one, let's go into the our prod URL, which is this one right here. Let's just copy this one. And then so when we come back here, and then I'm going to change this one and to the demo one. Okay, to the demo one. So right now, let's hit save this one. Let's actually try to build this one. Okay, so I think maybe we have some error on this one right here. Okay, so maybe we can, before we build, let's fix this one. So for that, let's go into our layout, which is going to be this. This is going to be metadata base. We need the URL for this one. And this one is going to be new URL. And this one is going to be the, I can use the process.env.our site URL. Okay. And can do the comma here. And we can do not operator right here. All right. So right now the error should be gone. All right, so right now we also add a new env, and for this env right here, we're gonna use it at our build right here. So this is going to be this one, and instead of site URL, we can use with this, and with this as well, and with this as well. All right, so this is going to be at build time. All right, so right now if we hit save on this one, and then we can run npm run build, and hopefully this is going to work in our local as well. All right, so as you can see right now, our build is complete. It's built, you can be tested on your local as well. And if you are on development mode, you can just change this one back into the site URL. Okay. All right, so I think that's pretty much it. That's great. So right now we have deployed and everything's already. So I think that's pretty much it, guys, on this video. And we just finished and everything on this one. And hopefully you enjoyed this one. And All right, so don't forget to like and subscribe. If you have any error, you can go into Discord and ask me there. And also you can grab all the full code inside the description. And thank you for watching, and see you in the next video.